All right, everybody. Good evening. Welcome to primary night here in Texas and North Carolina and Arkansas. I'm Dave. Welcome to Voting Trend. And I made a mistake on the time this was supposed to start. I accidentally put it as 5 p.m., which I didn't want local time. I wanted to do it at 6 p.m. So I changed the time and I decided to come on 15 minutes early. So sorry for the confusion of the timing, but thank you all very much for joining me. We're going to delve into the primaries that we're going to look at today and one special election happening in Arkansas. So we're going to go ahead and look at those. As a matter of fact, that's the one I have up here right now. So we're going to go ahead, just talk about the elections briefly. Our first polls close in 45 minutes. Those are the North Carolina polls. Now, there really isn't much in North Carolina to really look at, but there is a Democratic primary that seems to have a lot of progressive support behind it. We're going to talk about that one a little bit in a few. But there isn't going to be much out of North Carolina. Then in an hour and 15 minutes from now, we're going to have the polls close in Texas, which obviously is the big primary that I think a lot of people are looking forward to. And then after that, we have a half hour later, we have Arkansas. That closes locally here at 7:30. So yeah, so we'll see what happens in Arkansas. That's about an hour and 45 minutes away from now. And the only thing in Arkansas that I can see that we really have is a state house election. There might be one other state house election that I want to put in here. There is one in Texas where a January 6th person is running for state house. I have to look at the district of that. I think it's District 106. Actually, let me see if I can find it right now. I'll just put in 106. Texas State House 106. Okay, Texas. And then we'll look at this is it right here. We're going to go ahead and add that to our watch list. Now, a lot of you might be giving me crap saying, Dave, I see that you are on Decision Desk HQ. Yes, I am, because they have come up with a really cool dashboard. I don't know if they had this before, but this dashboard is really, really nice. So we do have a watch list, or I have my watch list with all these races that we can just go ahead and click through. It's a little bit laggy on the clicking, but we can go through them much, much easier. So we are going to be working with Decision Desk HQ today and see how this whole thing is working out. So if you go to Decision Desk HQ, you go to their website, look for the results for today. It's going to talk about its dashboard. It's going to have you sign up. I have like one garbage Google account. It was like my old Google account. I just have it. I use that for everything. And then we have this. So yeah. Okay, so we already have a super chat. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Did you see that there's already a lawsuit in Dallas County to extend poll closings 2 hours? Okay, so I didn't know if there was anything going on legally. I've been following what's happening there. I don't know who's at fault here or what it is, but from what I see, the changes that were made, people should have been aware of the changes. Okay, but people weren't aware of the changes. So essentially, from what I understand, in Dallas County, prior to this election, people were able to go to voting centers in general on election day and cast their votes. But in this election, they have to go specifically to the precinct location. And a lot of people were confused. They went to a general voting location to vote, found out they couldn't vote there, but yet they didn't know where their precinct was. So Jasmine Crockett's campaign is saying that this is hurting her campaign. We'll see how that goes. Let's see how that works. From the little bit of research I am the little bit of research that I have done, it seems like there should have been enough time for people to know about the change. And I don't think that you can necessarily have polls extended for a few hours for a change that people, if they had done their due diligence, should have already known about. But that's just my 30,000 foot view of the situation. Other people are probably more in detail, know more of the details of that. So I'm not gonna talk about that right now because I don't know what's really going to happen. Over on my other monitor, I'm watching WFAA in Dallas to get an idea. As a matter of fact, they're talking about the situation in Dallas right now. So yeah, we'll see if that extends anything. And with that being the case, if they extend the polls in Dallas County, well, then that's going to give probably James Tallarico a big lead right off the bat, because Dallas County is where I assume a huge chunk of that is going to go to Jasmine Crockett. That's where she's from. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at the races that we have and see if there's any news. I've been watching.
I've been pro-Trump since the beginning, since day one, and we're very excited to have so many.
We don't want to hear you. As a matter of fact, let me just mute all those for right now. There we go. So yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything much as far as going on. James Tallarico, Democratic state lawmaker contending for the U.S. Senate in Texas, called for polling hours to be extended in Dallas. So see, he's asking for polling to be extended in those counties as well. Now, this is one thing that I want to make clear when it comes to this specific Democratic primary is it seems like there's a lot of contention in the Democratic world and the online world and all that when it comes to should it be James Tallarico or Jasmine Crockett. Like I said, I don't really care who wins because I don't have a horse in this race, and the polling has showed that both of them will do fine. So I'm not really pulling for one or the other, but it has to be said that this campaign between the two candidates has been very civil between the two candidates. It's mostly the people who are online or trying to make something out of it that are the ones that are trying to create some sort of contention within this primary. But I have to say, overall, it's nice to see two candidates who are somewhat different. Okay, let's put it this way. I don't think they're different with their issues. They're just different in their approach. And it could have gotten really ugly really quick, but it hasn't. And, kudos to Jasmine Crockett. Kudos to James Tallarico for keeping this a good campaign about who the best candidate is to take on whoever the Republican is in the next election. So, good for them and good for where they're at. I'm pretty happy with this. I mean, Crockett did pull some shenanigans. Kind of. Yeah, I mean, but see, somebody said Crockett already said should back Tallarico if he wins. That's the point. She jumped into a racism comment. Somebody said, show me what that comment is, because I do find that there's a difference between a racist comment and somebody who thinks that something is a racist comment. So yeah, but let's go ahead and look at what we have. So even though we have the dashboard that I just found out, we have the North Carolina U.S. Senate primary. I mean, Roy Cooper is planning on winning this thing by a big amount. When we get to the Democrat or Republican one, Michael Whatley is expected to win by a large amount. We're not expected to see much here. Obviously, we have what's going on in Texas. We'll be watching that. This is that state house seat that I mentioned in Arkansas. That's going to be very, very interesting to watch. As you can see here, you have Alex Halliday, the Democrat, versus Bo Renshaw, the Republican. Now, there was a state house member who left, and if you look at the results, here they were during the last election. Okay, 51% to 49%, and the Democrat is the same Democrat that ran in 2024. So this will be an interesting one. Now, this is the special election for the seat, but it's also the primary for the next general election. So if you remember, Maria Peltola, when she ran for the U.S. House, that race she eventually won, she won it in a special election on the same day that the primary was for the actual general election. So we kind of have that, well, we do have that dynamic going on here. So this is a seat that can flip. This is in the Little Rock area. There was one super chat. Let me just get to that really quick. Thank you, Tropical. I can't read the rest of the name, but thank you very much. Do you think Talrico's earned media via the Colbert thing gave him the juice he needed? I mean, he's had the earned media throughout. I mean, let's be honest. He's had the earned media throughout, and Jasmine Crockett has not. So I think we'll see tonight if it plays into their hands, because there is the thing with national earned media that could help you nationally, but does it help you in the place that you're actually running? And that's what we're going to find out tonight. He has actually been treated like he had the Jubilee thing. He had the whole controversy with Colbert and all this. So we'll see how that pans out. But it could. We don't know. I think this one is, we'll get to the Texas one in a few. Let me just get through these other ones. So this is the Arkansas one. So we'll be keeping an eye on this state house seat. So you can see 2024, the Republican won it by 2%. And then here in 2022, the Republican won it 54-43. There was a Libertarian candidate in there. There isn't now. So we'll see. We'll see how that one works out. All right, so let's go ahead and look at some of the primaries that we have. So in the House of Representatives in Texas, so the U.S. Congress seats. So we have Dan Crenshaw running against Steve Toth. I think he's a state house or state senator. I'm not sure. But to me, here's the thing, and what makes this race really, really interesting. Dan Crenshaw, to me, is MAGA. Okay? At least the ideology of MAGA. And that's my belief. He was MAGA before it was cool to be MAGA. He was one of those people. But it does show that if you stray off the reservation a little bit, bam, the MAGA movement is gonna have a primary challenger against you. So to me, if you have Steve Toth being kind of the Donald Trump MAGA candidate in this primary, it's really going to be a matter of, is MAGA an ideology or is MAGA following a singular dear leader? Okay, if Crenshaw is able to win this primary, it shows that he is connected to the voters based on the issues. If Toth wins the primary, it shows a big dear leader a dear leader following in that district. So we'll see how that works. Okay. The next one we have, this isn't the next one. The next one we have are two incumbents running against each other in the Houston area. So you have Al Green versus Christian Menefee. Both are incumbents. Both were drawn into this district, so unfortunately they got to run against each other to figure out who's going to win. The last polls I saw Menefee actually winning this thing. With Al Green, I mean, it'll be interesting because Al Green's been there for a long, long time and has been a fighter too, so we'll see how this pans out. And I don't know if they actually have the district. The district's interesting because to me it's kind of shaped like Fulton County, Georgia, right? But there's a district. We'll keep an eye on that one as well. Now, House District 33. Now, Colin Allred, this is another one where districts are drawn away, and Colin Allred wants to get back into Congress, and he's running against an incumbent, Julie Johnson. So is he going to be able to get back in? We don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to check that out. Okay. Then finally here, this one hasn't been on the radar much, but I'm throwing it on the radar, is the Henry Cuellar seat, the 28th congressional district down in what's it called? Down in the Rio Grande Valley area. And it's in the Rio Grande Valley area, but then it does go up into Bexar County. I assume it goes into some parts of San Antonio. Most of that will be in Castro's district. But this is one I'm just saying I want to watch because the amount of people taking a Democratic ballot compared to a Republican ballot in this part of the state was extremely lopsided. So I'm kind of interested to see how this pans out. There's one update. Let's see if we see. Nothing big there. So as far as the Texas website, I mean, we are doing the dashboard here, which hopefully will be really nice, but I do have the Secretary of State site up for Texas and the North Carolina Board of Elections in case we need to go to those sites, just in case. Decision Desk is not doing what it needs to do. So yeah, so these are those are some of the races. Actually, let me see what other races I have here. Okay, we do have an incumbent possibly having a challenge in the 23rd, Al Green, Johnson. Okay, North Carolina, House District 4. This is the one that I mentioned that we're going to go ahead and look at a little bit, keep an eye on as well, because this one is kind of an incumbent versus a progressive. So let me go ahead and bring this race here. It's a strong Democratic seat. Okay, Democrats are expected to win it, but let's go ahead and look at the endorsements. So I don't know if it's Nida or Nida Alam. Okay, she has Bernie Sanders. She has David Hogg. She has Clay Aiken. Awesome, Clay Aiken. She has the College Democrats, Justice Democrats, Sunrise Movement, the YDs in North Carolina as well. So very, very progressive. But this will be interesting. So Valerie Foshee has Maxwell Frost, Paramount Jayapal. Okay, so, but along with some establishment people like G.K. Butterfield, right? Who else? Sherry Beasley, former statewide candidate. She ran for governor. Was it senator or governor? I think it was governor. I'm not sure. Roy Cooper and so on. So you do see Josh Stein, the current one. So you do see the incumbent with the establishment, but some actual progressive and pretty strong progressive credentials or backing as well. So we'll see how that works out. So let's go back to our dashboard. So that's this one. That's the House District 4 in North Carolina. Then we have the North Carolina Senate seat, and then we have the Arkansas seat. And then we have the State House 106, where this Brock guy, as a matter of fact, I didn't even know about this until I saw it on the New York Times. Let's see if we get to the story here. So it's a very strong Republican district. And this guy here, Larry Brock, who is in prison for 2 years for the January 6th attacks. He got pardoned because, that's something that Trump does. If you break the law on Trump's behalf, you get pardoned. But he's running for state house. So that is this district here. This District 106 will be keeping an eye on as well. So again, as I said, polls close in 25 minutes in North Carolina. So we'll be keeping an eye on that North Carolina state house seats. We'll keep an eye on the states or on the U.S. Senate races, though those are pretty much a foregone conclusion. I guess we can see if somebody doesn't do as strongly as expected in there, and maybe it shows some vulnerability, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case. And then at 7 my time, which is 55 minutes from now, the Texas polls will close. At least the Texas polls will close throughout most of the state. We'll see what happens with Dallas and see if they keep those polls in Dallas open. They could, they might not, I'm not sure. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Okay. Let's see. And then at 7:30 local time here, so that is an hour and 25 minutes from now, will be when the polls in Arkansas close. And in Arkansas, I'm only watching that state house race in and around Little Rock. So that's it for now. So let me go ahead. I put a poll up earlier on my channel about who everyone thinks is going to win. So I'm just going to throw this over here. Let's see. So we had over 1,000 votes, and I asked who's going to win the Democratic primary. Hopefully over 1,000 votes. Hopefully all 1,000 of those people will be on the live stream tonight. We can see 67%, 2 out of every 3, thinks James Talarico will win it with 50% of the votes. We have 13% Crockett. I cannot speak tonight. We'll say that Crockett will win it. Crockett will win it. That's probably what's throwing me off. 13% she'll get a majority. Talarico, plurality, but under 50% at 17, and then 4 Crockett with a plurality, because we still have that third party candidate. We have that third candidate for the Democrats that can throw things into a little bit of a tizzy. Now, John, thank you very much for the super chat. Let me just get here. I voted for James Talarico, I assume, because he can win Texas, but would prefer Crockett. Tired of nice guy holier than thou Dems. Be nice while the party of racists talk about Somali blacks in internment camps, right? I mean, this is where, I don't want to make electability an issue, but it does, in a primary, becomes an issue. Obviously, in a primary, it becomes an issue. But at the end of the day, is it really going to matter? Okay, because what I'm finding is that Americans are getting so sorted in their partisan ideology, or their partisan leanings, because partisanship and ideology are 2 different things. They're getting so stuck in their team that it almost doesn't seem like it matters who wins. All right, and remember, let's be honest. 2016, Trump was supposed to be the candidate that wasn't supposed to win. And here we are, right? So the good thing about this, compared to what the DNC usually does, is Democratic voters are going to determine who the candidate is going to be. And that's important. That's important in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, most people think James Talarico is going to win. We did have the 2 polls that came out in the last couple of days. I did a video about the poll from YouGov today. It, with the exception of a few crosstabs, it essentially mirrors what we see in the Emerson poll that was released the day before. Some of the polling firms are going to have egg on their face. And I do find usually that the polling firms that are more local to the state are now becoming significantly more inaccurate when it comes to late polls. Now, remember, a poll itself is not supposed to be a predictor of outcomes. That's not what a poll's goal is. But once you start getting closer to election day, it should have some sort of predictive value to it. So that's why when looking at these later polls, whether it was before or after the CBS thing, or what happened in Iran, or anything like that, you still should have a predictive value. And that's what I think we're going to be looking at, because there's one poll out of, obviously we know about the poll in Iowa during the presidential election, the Seltzer poll, that was extremely off. University of North Florida does polls, and I think they even said, like when Charlie Crist was going against, God, I forget her name. I want to say Alex Sink, but it's not. It's the current Democratic Party chair. in Florida, and it's not Allison Tant. She's the former one. But Nikki Fried. They said like Nikki Fried was going to beat Charlie Crist, right? So I'm finding that state polls are becoming a lot more inaccurate compared to the national polls, who are, in all fairness, able to build up methodology, sources, leads, and all that over time. I still think YouGov is the best. Interestingly, though, when we look at the University of Texas one and the University of Houston one, they both use YouGov for their questions. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, so everyone's saying Nikki Fried, yeah, for there is one meme that somebody gave me with Nikki Fried. It says, like, it shows her pointing at a truck. She goes, "Come on, we're going losing," right? So we'll see what happens in Florida. We have some very important elections coming up in Florida. So I'm just going to pull this up. I'm pulling up my election calendar on the 24th. Okay. So what is that, 3 weeks from now? On the 24th, there are special elections in State House 51, 87, and Senate District 14. The State House 87, which is down in Palm Beach County, will be a huge election. The state Senate seat in 14, that person now became the lieutenant governor. It's in the Tampa Bay area. That is a huge one. If Democrats can pull those off in a special election with high turnout, then that's going to be kind of interesting. I have been wanting to get some crosstabs regarding the YouGov poll in the UK. So we can look at that, because apparently now the Green Party is now at I think they might be, I don't know if they're second or third. I think they might be third behind Labor, but maybe the Conservatives are now second behind Reform. I'm not sure. I'll have to look that up. So okay, so people, so all right, so that is happening in Dallas County. Interesting. Yep, Dallas County extends voting to 9 p.m. All right, great. And I'm going to say this. What that's going to do is that's going to push up the amount of Democratic ballots that are cast in this election. Possibly, because obviously they're keeping the polls open to make up for the voting that has been lost up to this time because of the problems, the logistic problems when it comes to what's happening with the voting. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. All right, so most people think James Talarico is going to win. As I've mentioned before, I'm not in the world of predictions. I kind of hate the world of predictions. So that's the reason why when I see Polymarket over here, it makes me want to puke my brains out. So yeah. Explain the Texas primary election in 1990s NFL hockey team terms. Well, I can't do that because those are two different sports. And I don't even know when Texas got the Dallas Stars from because the North Stars moved to Texas. And that had to have been in the 90s, because I think Dallas won the Stanley Cup in like 1999, right? With Brett Hull kicking in that goal. So yeah. All right, so now we're just in a holding pattern. 15 minutes until North Carolina closes. Don't know if we're going to get a dump right away in North Carolina, if we're going to get an early vote dump. We'll see if that happens. But yeah. Why should Bernie register as a Democrat? Why should he? I like the fact that he's not a Democrat, that he doesn't have to be on this team or that team, that he can be independent and think on his own. I mean, yeah. Okay, so the poll is sent. I'll look at the poll. I was going to do a video today about the UK poll, but I just didn't have the crosstabs. So maybe tomorrow I'll do that. I need to get on my History Channel video for next week, which is going to be this week actually, the 2003 California gubernatorial primary with Arnold. How that guy became governor, I have no clue. So the Dallas Stars, okay, they moved there in 93, right? Well, I saw them play the Blackhawks, I think in the first round of the playoffs back at the old Chicago Stadium in 91 or 92. That had to have been one of their last years that they were there. See, and this is the thing. So I just want to make this a point. The person that says that Bernie should register as a Democrat rather than criticize from the sidelines also just said, I'm done with Fetterman, need a Democrat, and Fetterman's registered a Democrat, which shows party labels don't matter in this situation. So, yeah. So we'll just see. We're just going to wait to see what happens in this. Yeah, now it's just waiting 12 minutes for some polls to close. I'm just seeing what they're saying on WFAA. Nothing really. So we do have the polls staying open late. So we'll see how that goes. You know, when it comes to, so somebody mentioned Graham Plattner. I'm changing my views on him. I saw him on Pod Save America, and I'm like, he's good. Okay. I never thought John Fetterman was that great. He seemed kind of like Joe Rogan. To tell you the truth, Joe Rogan, you know, a person who is like watching a gorilla learning how to play with some toy. That's Joe Rogan. Him in his smooth brain. He's just a really, really dumb guy. And I kind of saw Fetterman as a pretty dumb guy, but I'm like, hey, if you want to win an election and that's going to help you win an election with a dumb guy, then, you know, go for it. Knock yourself out. Yeah, kind of went back on that. But listening to Plattner on well, two things. One, I worried about the whole tattoo. And I did mention when that whole tattoo thing came out that maybe he got out in front of it, you know, way in front of it, that it's not going to be an October surprise, right? So he's all the laundry, all the dirty laundry, if there really is any on Plattner, it's already out there. It's already has exploded, and the opposition has just like blown their load early. Right. So I don't think it's going to have that much of an impact. But as far as the issues, he's spot on where I am on the issues. So, and I also think, and I was thinking about writing on Substack again, though I hate Substack because a lot of the big names have kind of sucked all the oxygen out of the room, which is that you have Janet Mills running a typical campaign, fundraising, high dollar donations, stuff like that, and Plattner running it a different way. And if Plattner wins, we're kind of looking at I think, old versus new. And I really don't think that the sitting on the phone for hours, calling up people for $2, $3, $4,000 donations, or calling up PACs or something like that, I don't think that's going to be the way to go anymore, because it doesn't necessarily show electability or your ability to get support through other means than just calling up and raising money. Now, the problem is with the main polls, it's just like the main polls are just like what we're seeing in Texas. You can have one poll showing Plattner up by 15, then another one showing Mills up by 15. The polls have been all, and as you know, I hate polls. Polls have been all over the place. This is the reason why I hate polls, because at the end of the night, someone's going to be shat on. Okay? And it's not going to be good. And we're just so reliant on the polls that it takes away from the understanding of what's happening in the election. All right, so we got 8 minutes until polls close in Arkansas. Like I said, that's going to be the first election that we look at here. Yeah, the only thing about this Decision Desk HQ board is so far it's very Pulaski County is where this is, so it takes a while to click, like to get over to a race. Okay, so I'm going to tell you, okay, so I'm going to click, we'll click on the U.S. Senate race. I'm going to click right now. That took like 3 seconds to shift over. That should be kind of instantaneous. So anyone watching from Decision Desk, which probably no one is, but if they are, it lags a little bit, and I think that lag needs to be worked on. But otherwise, it looks pretty good. You got the map here, you got the results here. Let's see. We have the margin, the amount of votes remaining. I do not know how they can actually figure that out if they don't have the numbers for turnout, though they might have the numbers for turnout, because Decision Desk, I know what their whole everything they have is, I think they get the voting numbers of who have turnout, so they might know that actually. So yeah. So this is the first one we're going to look at. So of those people who came in just now, let's explain why we're looking at Arkansas 70th House District first. Obviously, the Texas polls have not closed yet, and the Dallas polls are going to be open for another 2 hours. So we can't look at anything from Texas until a few minutes from now. So there's nothing going on there. But when we look at this Arkansas State House 70, this is a special election. It's a seat that opened up with this Carlton Wing guy resigning. I do not know why he resigned, but he resigned from the State House of Representatives. But he barely won 51 to 49% in the regular general election, a year and a half ago, right? So this is a special election to fill the term. Whoever wins this will win the full term until the general election this year. Then there'll be another election. With the swings that we are seeing throughout the United States, it seems totally possible that we could have a Democrat win the state House seats. The question is, how much of a margin is it going to be? The question also is what's the turnout going to look like? Okay, so we'll be keeping an eye on this. This is the first one that we're going to be looking at, because in all honesty, none of the other elections in Arkansas are really even worth looking at. So this is kind of like our the previews before the feature film. This is going to be our preview before the feature film, which is obviously going to be Or no, wait. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Whoa. I'm wrong. The first ones are going to be North Carolina, you dumb shit. Okay, no. Let's go back. The Arkansas ones are going to be an hour from now. So we're getting ready for the polls in North Carolina to close in 4 minutes. We'll go ahead and go to the U.S. Senate race first in North Carolina, because we can get from a statewide point of view if there is going to be a big dump of early votes right away. I also have the North Carolina numbers here, so we'll see what happens here. Yeah, see, last yeah. All right, so we got 6 more minutes. Or no, 4 more minutes until this till we start seeing. As you can see, according to Polymarket, I fucking hate that site, 9 as well. See, this their dashboard is lagging so much. And it is it is a liberal district. As you can see, you got Durham County there. Durham taking most of the votes. Let's go up. Durham taking most of the votes, and then Wake. So you got a large college age population there. And that brings up another dynamic, when you got Wake Forest and Duke, places like this. Well, I don't know if Chapel Hill is in there. So, but when you do have these kind of more liberal and college town younger voters, because there are a lot of younger voters in this state or the U.S. House district, the question then becomes, does somebody like Maxwell Frost pull them, or does somebody like Bernie still pull them? This will be an interesting dynamic that we'll see in this election, and just see how that pans out. But we got 2 minutes. I will put this here, but we'll also check the North Carolina site to see if they throw up some numbers first. Now, I think these are, so these are all the federal races, so it will have that, where is it? Oh, come on, right here. There's something wrong with my mouse, and I don't know what it is. So it'll be right here. So we just now have to wait. Yeah, and I don't know about anybody else, but here locally, gas prices overnight went up 40 cents. Okay, so I don't know if anybody else had those gas prices go up that high, but yeah, gas prices went up 40% overnight. So thanks, Obama. I mean, it is funny how they just blame Obama for everything. Okay, hold on. All right, so polls have now closed in North Carolina. Let's see if we got some dumps coming in. And the thing is, see, this is another thing. I just loaded and it's taken a long time, so I won't reload that. So now we just wait. I don't know if North Carolina, like I said, if they got an early vote dump right off the bat, or if they start counting early votes the same day they count election day votes. They might do that. All right, so we have nothing so far. Yeah, it's just a matter of waiting now, to tell you the truth. It's interesting that Colin Allred and Jasmine Crockett are having a press conference together about going to the polls. Okay. All right, nothing so far. So they might do, because it is, yeah, 7:30 local time. So all right, so nothing yet. You can't hear me. I'm having internet problems too. Hopefully that might be what's causing some of this. I'm not sure. But let me know if there is a sound issue. But for a second there, I wasn't talking, so that might be the reason why you didn't hear me. All right. Right, so nothing from North Carolina yet. So we wait. We wait to see what happens in. Oh, so there are some issues in. Oh, so there's some issues in North Carolina as well. Okay, because thank you for telling me, I've been watching, just totally focus on Texas, that didn't know that they actually were having some issues in North Carolina. All right, so I guess, Jesus. It just seems like elections are getting worse and worse and worse now. Yeah, because I'm wondering if both Allred and Crockett feel that the fact that they're doing a press conference, now I'll just throw it up here, the fact that they're doing a press conference right now kind of gives me a little bit of an indication that they do feel a little bit desperate with their elections. Okay, if you're doing, well, two things. One, it might show that they feel a little bit desperate with the election, doing such a late press conference to squeeze as much as they can out of those 2 hours. It also shows me that Tallarico feels confident because he's like, yeah, let the polls stay open another 2 hours, right? So they must feel confident throughout the state that it doesn't matter if the polls in Dallas County are open. Though I do think he wouldn't have said, no, we don't want the polls to be closed. But he could have just not said anything. The fact that he actually did say something indicates to me that yeah, this is a pretty pretty interesting development. He might be in the driver's seat by the end of this. What are your preferred candidates and why? I don't have any preferred candidates in any of these races that we are talking about tonight, except for the special election in Arkansas where the Democrat is running against the Republican, and I'm going for the Democrat. I don't have any preferred candidates in any of these. Okay. To tell you the truth, it's not my say. It's the voters of Texas say. But like when it comes to my primaries here in Illinois, very much I already, Juliana Stratton, I already voted for her in the gubernatorial primary. That's one we're going to be covering in 2 weeks from now. So we'll be seeing how that goes. There's some interesting races for Congress that day. So that will be interesting. At the end of the month, we are going to be, I'm just going to look at my calendar really quick since we now have a little under a half hour to kill, because people can't get their voting stuff done correctly. So this is what I have coming up. I haven't filled up my whole calendar yet. I don't know all the primaries that are happening on the 17th, but we will be covering the Illinois primary on the 17th. On the 21st, which will probably be late on the 20th here, which is a Saturday or Friday night, I'll be covering the South Australian state election. Now, if you don't know about South Australia, Labor is in control of it right now. But you are seeing what's considered the Conservative Party, which is known as the Liberal Party, coming down, as well as the Nationals. They have a coalition, and at the federal level, they've kind of had a spat. They are coming together. It's a messy situation. But anyway, there's another party called One Nation by Pauline Hanson, the One Nation Party, and they're basically like, I wouldn't even say they're like Reform UK. I would say that they were like UKIP. And one thing that people need to remember is that the reason Nigel Farage left UKIP was because it was becoming too racist, right? And UKIP is significantly more racist right now. That being said, Pauline Hanson's One Nation is pretty damn racist. So they're increasing in the polls, and what's happening is that Labor is starting to dominate the polls because the conservative vote is split. There is a possibility this is really weird. There's a possibility in South Australia, it's a state election, that Labor could win every single seat. And the question I have is, who becomes the opposition then? If there's nobody to oppose you in the chamber, who becomes the opposition? So I've not looked too much into that. Yeah, as far as people saying that Reform is plummeting thanks to the Greens, I do not know. That seems a little bit odd. I need to look at those numbers. I haven't looked at the crosstabs. I looked at the crosstabs of the last poll that YouGov did, and a lot of the Green support comes from Labor supporters who voted for Remain, which would be counterintuitive to what you would think if they were getting votes from Reform. So I'm going to delve into that poll more. Okay, so somebody is from South Australia. So of those people in Australia and South Australia, is there really, because I'm looking at the two-party preferred, right? And it just seems like they might not, like Labor might win every seat. Are people talking about Labor winning every seat down in SA? Because if they are, I'm just looking at it saying it looks like that could happen, but let me know if that's actually something people are talking about. I don't see what Plattner has actually done anywhere. Well, most people when they run for office haven't done anything anywhere. Okay. And it doesn't matter. He's not running for an executive position. He's running for a Senate position where you're one vote out of 100. You're not actually an executive of a body. So it's different. If J.B. Pritzker runs for president, I will be supporting him. So that'll probably tell you what I think of J.B. Pritzker. All right, so we still have 20 minutes to go. One of the reasons I wanted to have this a little earlier was because I was hoping some of those North Carolina returns would be coming in, but now we're just kind of kicking the can down the road and just waiting for things to happen. A little bit of a slow live stream today. I was hoping it would be a little bit busier. Maybe once Texas starts coming in, it will get a little busier. If you know people who are interested in this, go ahead and share it with them, because it's a little bit slower than I thought, unfortunately. I don't know what ageism has anything to do with anything. So somebody mentioned that. I don't know. I don't know what that means. You're going to support JB from Slovakia? I'm a dual citizen. I can support whoever the hell I want. So yeah. No, because like 700 is good, but 700 is kind of low. I mean, for the God, it wasn't even like a major election for let's see. And this is one of the problems with dealing with YouTube, is you just can't predict when something is going to happen or something's not going to happen. So for the state Senate race, I got a lot more views, right? The Afton Bain one was the big one, but for the state Senate race, in the Texas State Senate District 9, I got a lot more than it. We got up to 13 or 1400 at one point. So, it's just such a crapshoot when it comes to YouTube. And sorry, now I'm just kind of speaking just because we have nothing to go over. Who is more progressive, Clinton or Obama? Okay, I'm going to give you a different answer. I'm going to say that Clinton was more conservative, but also more progressive. Clinton tried to pass a Canadian-style healthcare system. Clinton increased taxes, the top tax rate, from 35% to 39.5%. Bill Clinton actually had an assault weapons ban. Okay, those are three of the most liberal things that anyone has done or tried to do since I've been able to vote. Been allowed to vote? No, been able to vote when I turned 18. So, yes, there are other things that he was more conservative on, but he did a lot of liberal stuff as well. Obama was just kind of let's see what we can do in the middle. Obama is, to me, a symptom of just kind of what politics has become. And who was it? And this is why I liked Plattner when I was watching his interview, because it really hit me, because I've been saying it forever. We've gone from the Democratic Party, and I can't really say we anymore because I consider myself an independent. The Democratic Party has gone from the we're going to put a man on the moon party to the Claire McCaskill, we can't do that. It's a little too hard, right? We've lost our way, or the Democrats keep on saying we. I worked for them for 30 years. The Democrats have lost their way. And until they bring the working class back into it, then I think they're going to continue to lose their way. But as of right now, the Democrats are the anti-Donald Trump party, and that's what we're seeing. But the question is that a long-term strategy? Maybe or maybe not. Thank you, CK Guitar 20, for your super chat. Has this administration made our institutions unfixable, even if Democrats have has a total takeover in 26, 28? Thinking of the DOJ lawyers that we lost. I mean, that's the question, right? Does it survive? What does happen? Here's the issue that I have. Okay. And I don't want to get into talking about like commentary and stuff like that, but we're just waiting for some results. So that's the only reason I'm getting into it right now, is that to me, the total trust internationally, as far as the United States, is gone. And the Iranian thing has kind of done that as well. The trust is just absolutely gone. Okay. And with that being the case, who's going to work with the United States as far as trade, security, and other things when we're such an unstable country that we can have a leader that we don't know what they're going to do? So that's my first worry. Now, as far as the domestic institutions, I mean, yeah, one of the biggest problems I've always had with people, one of the biggest problems I had with Joe Biden is he didn't really roll back a lot of what Donald Trump did. Okay? Some, but he didn't roll back a lot of it. And the question is, the Democrats truly need a Project 2028 or 2029 or whatever. They need to come up with their own plan. Democrats are shit at that. They just don't know how to pull that shit off. The Republicans had Project 2025. They had Contract with America in 1984. Democrats are horrible when it comes to campaigning. All right. Someone said NC first. I'm going to try something here. I've never done this before. Okay. All right, let me go ahead and look. There's something to do a super chat goal, and I'm trying to figure out how to do that. But I don't know. I don't have anything here to do if I hit the super chat goal. So yeah. Oh, Biden could have rolled back a whole bunch of stuff. Why, when you say working class, you really mean trailer welfare recipients? No, working class are people, trust me, I have trailer trash around here. I know what it is, right? And trust me, it's not them, okay? And to tell you the truth, living in Southern Illinois, a lot of the white trash and all that, a lot more of them voted for Hillary and for Obama and for, Biden and Harris than you think. It's usually the people that in where I live that are voting for MAGA are the more, the local insurance salesman, right? Or the local person that tries to be in with the phony cliques and stuff like that. They're the ones that have gone over gone over to Trump. It's usually, I notice, people with more money than you would expect. So thank you for the super chat. I think that, yeah, I mean, the polls indicate one thing, but it's the votes are kind of all over the place. Okay, Schwartz, thank you very much for your super chats. U.S. politics has been hijacked by big money interests from AIPAC, big banks, and now big tech. We need more Bernie politicians to push back and stand up. I mean, that's what it is. Okay, and that's some of the things that I liked with Plattner when I watched him. Okay, when he said the thing they hated most about politics is money in politics. I'm like, okay, you've won me over. Do you like Newsom for the next Democratic president? I mean, if he becomes president, I'll support him if he becomes president. If he's the nominee, I believe that picking a San Francisco liberal in an electoral climate that's totally based on identity politics is the dumbest mistake that anyone can make. That's my feeling. How does Iran impact the primaries moving forward? I don't know. Right? I mean, this is the, thanks again, Tropical, for the super chat. I don't know. I mean, you got Alex Preddy getting shot in the head, and that seems to have not really changed anything. So, have Americans become that insensitive? I don't know. But if there's one thing, it's that we're just in our own bubbles, right? I'd refuse to vote for Newsom. If Newsom's the nominee, I'll vote for him. I voted for Hillary. Didn't want to, but I voted for her. Think Union will do better if they support MFA. Okay, so I see Think Union. Are you talking about just unions in general? Because I think it's the opposite. I am big for helping the working class, making sure we have good, well-paying jobs and everything, that people can afford a house and everything, but I'm not pro-union. Because the reason why I'm not pro-union is because unions hijack the healthcare industry. Because if you are trying to get a job and it's a unionized job, one of the benefits that they give you is a healthcare package. If Medicare for all of a sudden becomes a thing, then the unions lose that negotiation with the healthcare, and they lose their power. So the two biggest groups of people who are against any Medicare for all are obviously the health insurance companies and unions. Unions do not like it. So that's why I'm not pro-union. And I also live in the state of Illinois, where the teachers union and the public service unions have just taken this, the budget of the state. Michael Madigan just gave them everything and drove it into the ground. If you want to know why Illinois is so bad with its credit rating, it's because the public service unions just took all the money they can with the help of Michael Madigan. And when it comes to governors, it was both. It was Blagojevich, it was Ryan, it was Thompson, it was Edgar. It wasn't until J.B. Pritzker where he put the halt on it, and then Madigan was gone. Pizza Guy, again, thank you for the super chat. The Democrats should double down on being anti-racist and pro-environment. Let the Republicans, I mean, I see what you're saying, destroy the country. If the country is racist, yeah, I mean, and this is one thing. We got 6 minutes until polls close in Texas. I assume, even though they're keeping the polls open till 9 in Dallas County, they will start counting they'll start counting in other places. I assume that doesn't mean they're holding the counting statewide. But no, I mean, this is one thing that I don't think Democrats understand. Okay, that union takes up, you can say that union take is absurd, but it's true. Tell me where it's incorrect, please. Tell me where that I'm wrong on that they use healthcare as a negotiating tool for their workers, and if there's Medicare for all, they can no longer use that as a negotiating tool. Tell me, where's the incorrect statement there? Please put it in the comments below. Anyway, and it was somebody, going back to the super chat, it was something that somebody said, which was that, like I saw it on Blue Sky, that Democrats and liberals and all that do not fundamentally understand. I know this because I live in Southern Illinois. There is 40% of the country who do want a racist dictator, a fascist dictator. They want Donald Trump. They want this group of people. So, Yeah, do unions exist in countries that universal health care? Yes, but those unions have never had to use healthcare as a negotiating tool. They're using it for other things, okay? So yes, they do exist in those countries, but they've never had to use it as a negotiating tool. If you go ahead and get rid of that, then what's the incentive of being a unionized worker? Okay? Especially since unionized work. Now, I will say some unions are different than others. There are some unions like the flight attendants union who I think are great and really fight for their workers. Then you have the laborers union we have a laborers union here in Southern Illinois who voted or who supported Mike Bost simply because they didn't like the Democratic candidate. They supported the anti-worker candidate simply because they didn't like the Democratic candidate who was extremely pro-worker. Okay. Not all unions are created equal. I will say that. Okay. Wages, more pay and all that, but union jobs are not paying as, they're not as strong as they used to be. And now with the modernization of what we have, they're not, and again, it depends on what union we're talking about. Are we talking about public service? Or are we talking about labor unions, worker unions, stuff like that? With those types of unions, the jobs are leaving the country and we're getting modernization. As far as the unions here, I've seen I live in Illinois. I've seen the state of Illinois actually get destroyed with its credit. Go look at our credit rating in the past and go see why that credit rating, dove down as much as it did. It was all because of the public service unions. All because of them. And yeah, police unions are the worst. Police unions are the worst, but they're the best, I guess you can say. They're the best at defending their people, even though they're guilty, right? Karen, thank you for the super chat. Hold on a second. So you're saying Jasmine Crockett is clearly overqualified, much more qualified than James Talarico. She just became a member of the Texas House of Representatives in 2021 and then a member of Congress in 2023. So I don't know if she's necessarily that, more qualified. And what does qualifications mean? Okay. I see a lot of people that are qualified, but I don't know if they're necessarily the best candidates. All right. 2 minutes to go. I'm going to go to Texas's website and see if they have something. I don't see anything. So I guess we'll just keep it on here. So Bob says exactly what it is. Police union should be defending due process of their members. It's defending criminality. That's the issue. Yes. It's one of those situations that, it's unfortunate, but it's one of those situations that no matter what the officer does, the union's going to be there to back them up. Mr. Zink, thank you very much for your super chat. Greatly appreciated. All right, now polls are closed in Texas. Hold on. Okay. I shouldn't reload this. I keep on reloading this. I shouldn't be doing that. Let's go ahead and look. I'm going to keep New York Times open as well. All right. So let's see if there are some vote dumps right away. I'm going to go here to New York Times first because it does seem like there's updates a little bit faster. I don't know. Maybe the decision desk will update fast. But as far as it's the way in which the interface is working, it's pretty clunky. So they need to work on that timing. So now, okay, Now, let me see what... Okay. Wow, she's still talking. Now, please let me know please let me know. Yeah, we also have Arkansas, so we can see what's happening with that one state house race in Arkansas. Maybe they got an early vote dump. If you're in Texas, please let me know if they've delayed all of the counting until 9. I highly doubt they would do that for one county, but they could. Okay, like I'm clicking on this Arkansas State 70. Yeah, come on. You need to... Come on, Decision Desk. You need to get way better at this. CK Guitar, what is the ideal result for GOP primary for Dems? I mean, it does seem like Paxton would be the best candidate to run against. Okay, here we go. All right, so now, or not Arkansas, North Carolina. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on these North Carolina results as well. I'm going to keep the North Carolina ones here, and we'll look at the Texas ones here. So, okay, so anyone is asking for this one, what this website is here, this is just Decision Desk. Go to votes.decisiondesk.com. I'll go ahead and copy it in here, but, and I'll put it in the chat. You just have to sign up for it to get it. It's kind of clunky, so it's not that great. Oh, we're already got... Okay, so we got one precinct probably way out here in Rusk County. Well, no, that's some early votes there. Jasmine Crockett up 66 to 33%. A suburban county. Oh, I like this. Look what they're doing. I like this. Okay. New York Times is up in their game. With each county, they're giving a little description of it. I like that. Rusk County, a suburban county in the Longview area where white voters make up the largest group amongst Democrats. Joseph Biden won the presidential primary here. That's a big number. 65.6%. Now, one thing that's going to be interesting when we look at the post-election results, see what we have when it comes to election day and pre-election day voting. Because in between that time, we had the whole Iranian situation, right? Did that swing voters one way or the other? So, we do have some. Now, let's go over here. Let's see if they... Okay, we have Cornyn up 48 to 35 with Dallas County in. Well, Dallas County can still do that their early voting. Cornyn with a big win there. Now let's see here. Denton County, James Talrico, 55 to 44% with early voting. I'm not necessarily sure if that's going to be enough for Talrico to win. Now let's all of a sudden, we got Tarrant County here. 56% for Jasmine Crockett to 43% for Talrico. Those are not good results if you're James Talrico. I'm just going to go over here really quick and see if we... Yeah, Decision Desk HQ needs to really change. Really need to do something. This is just way... Look, I'm clicking it now and nothing. So we're going to have to go here. All right, so here we go. Jasmine Crockett is winning in Tarrant County. She's also winning in Ellis County, which is a Democratic county as well. Kaufman County as well. Okay. Joe Biden, it says Joe Biden won the primary here. Excuse me, this is a Republican county. Kaufman's a Republican county. The only Democratic county in this area is Dallas County. So Jasmine Crockett and early votes in these counties are winning in places where Republicans do well. Now, for Talrico, Denton, that's going to be a key county in the election. Okay, when we get to the general election, we're going to be saying Denton, Tarrant, Collin County. Whatever Democrat can win those 3 counties, they're going to win the general election. Now let's go up to the Republican primary. And we can see Cornyn at 47.5%, dominating in Dallas County, winning Tarrant and winning Denton. Well, could we have a situation where we do see Cornyn not be able to get the 50%? That won't happen, but get pretty darn close. If that's it, if that happens, that's game, set, match for Cornyn in the runoff, right? Looks like that runoff's going to happen. Let's go to Decision Desk, see if, okay, now Decision Desk, and they've got a few more counties. So let's see. Okay. So Tarrant County, Crockett. So Crockett's going to be the green. Talrico's going to be the purple, which is weird because what we have here is the total opposite. We have Talrico green and Crockett purple. So, what is the overall? Okay. If you're Jasmine Crockett, you're liking the early numbers. Very early numbers, but you're liking them nonetheless. Hassan is spoiler. Ignore. I've been saying, and we're heading down that road. I've been saying this 0.8% can be huge tonight. Huge tonight. We might be heading down that road that we do go to a runoff. We might be going down that road. All right. So we don't have. Okay, so I'm just going to go to this one really quick. State House 106. This is the one where the January 6th guy is running for the state house, and he is losing badly to the incumbent in the Republican primary. Seriously, guys at Decision Desk, you need to make this. I'm clicking buttons and I'm clicking links and you're not doing things. All right. So Rockwall County. Okay. This is also a Republican county, and that's not a huge, there are not going to be as many votes in that county, in Rockwall County, but that's close. Another county just came in. Okay, Rob. I don't know if it's Robertson or Robertson because you do get the different pronunciations. All right, so we got another one here, Talrico, Henderson County. And here's the thing. We don't have Bear, we don't have Travis, we don't have Harris. There are a lot of big counties. We don't have El Paso. Does anyone know, is El Paso in the, I should know this, is El Paso in the Mountain Time Zone? I'm not sure if it is. Just looking up here at the Republican one. Cornyn is winning in and around the Dallas Metroplex. If he wins Denton, Tarrant, and then Dallas, and then we'll see what Collin does. If he gets those 4, I don't see him not being the front runner. Okay, so everyone's answering yes. I assume that's to the time zone thing, right? So we won't get El Paso for a while. Oh, not for a while, but like 50 minutes. All right, so first indications are that this is going to be an interesting race. Let's see if there are any other elections. That Arkansas one still hasn't shown anything yet. Yeah. I don't think people are expecting this close, or Crockett, I don't think people are expecting Crockett to be in the lead when you already have early vote from Tarrant and Denton County coming in. Granted, Denton County is going for Talrico, but not by much. I was thinking, but we'll see what happens with the election day votes. I was thinking that if Talrico were to win, he needed to win Denton and Collin County by like over 60%. So, what does this mean? This means that I'm really interested in seeing. I'm really interested in seeing what Travis County does, because Talrico should dominate Travis County. If he does not, then, yeah, see, I can't I'm going to go to these. Because, okay, let's look at this. We have, I'm going to, hold on. Okay, I'm just going to go back to this. Oh, okay, now we do. We have Hays County. Talrico, 74%. This is going to be as strong. I don't know if that's where San Marcos is as Hays County. I think it is in Hays County. We are starting to get these areas in and around this area of the state. We got some hill country areas, Bandera County. I'm sure that's in hill country. This is where Talrico will have his strongest numbers. So now we're starting to see them starting to close. Okay. So that's good news for Talrico. So far, whatever you want, and it's kind of weird because I mentioned this with the, okay, that's something you need to, okay. This is something else I mentioned with the narrative as well. Remember I said, whatever poll you want to look at, it'll say whatever narrative you have. So far with the early numbers, whether you're with Crockett or you're with Talrico, whatever you're trying to look for, you kind of have. You can say, okay, Talrico's doing good in hill country and in Hays County here. I think that's where San Marcos is. So people keep telling me check NBC. I mean, these are basically, that's the same as what we have. Actually, it does seem like they are getting their stuff together in, we got a few more counties. Or no, we didn't. That was just, or did we? Yeah, so I assume with Hays County going as strong as it is for Talrico, Travis County should be probably over 60% for him. But yeah, I mean, as of right now, we're not looking at a blowout for any of the candidates. We're not looking at a blowout so far. I mean, yeah, Talrico will take Montgomery, and Montgomery does have some more voters. I don't know if there'll be he'll probably take Montgomery County, but how many raw votes are there going to be out of Montgomery County? That's what you have to look at. It's still going to have more people voting in the Republican primary. Okay, so what website is that? Again, I think I still have it. I can paste it here. It's Decision Desk. They have now a dashboard that you can use. So you have to sign up. You have to sign up to access the dashboard. It's free, so I'm using it for free. So yeah, you have to sign up for it. Now, I want to look through some of these. Okay. Okay, we're starting to get some numbers from the Republican race in House District 33, which will be a Democratic district. We're all seeing what's going to happen with Julie Johnson versus Colin Allred. That's going to be the matchup we're looking at. Okay, we're starting to get some more up here in Potter County, Talrico, 55-42. You're not going to have much in the Panhandle here, but we are starting to see a closing in of the results. Oh wow, Galveston County, look at that. Essentially tied, Talrico with a slight edge in the county. Interesting. Look at Polymarket. No, I'm not looking at that bullshit stuff. I'm not looking at the markets. In fact, close this shit. I don't look at that crap. Unless I'm a degenerate gambler, I'm not looking at that crap. Republican equals boring. I don't know. I don't know because is there a possibility that, I don't think Cornyn will get 50, but if there is a huge gap here, if Cornyn wins by quite a bit, it will be interesting. All right, so here we go. Fort Bend. Okay. Hold on one second. That... Oh, come on. So that's going to be the early vote from Fort Bend, and that is not a close result. That is not a close result at all. Wow. Yeah, all my homies hate Polymarket. Also, thanks for the election coverage. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. I want to set a super chat goal, but I don't know. It's like if I set a goal, I don't know. I don't know what the goal should be. I usually would say I'd have a beer or something like that, but I don't drink. Okay. Janice, I guess his name. Sorry if I mispronounced. Thank you very much. My state doesn't do party registration. Okay. Are you in Texas? Because if you're right, that's true. It's non-party registration. You can only vote in your registered party's primary or both. I wonder if GOP voters could vote for Crockett. Okay, so here's the thing. I do want to mention that before we start getting into some more results. And thank you very much for the super chat. There's never been any evidence of like Republicans voting in Democratic primaries and kind of stuff like that, right? We really haven't seen that evidence. But in this case, we're not going to see it because there is a competitive Republican primary. So if you're a Republican primary voter, you're not going to vote for Crockett because you think she's the weakest. You're going to vote for Paxton versus in that one, Cornyn versus Paxton, right? That's the primary you're going to vote in. So if there were not a competitive Republican primary, you might see some of that. But because there is a competitive primary, you're not going to see that. They just wouldn't waste their vote. They're going to vote for the candidate they support in the Republican primary, and especially since it's a competitive one. Oh, wow. We got a number of them coming in. Which means that one came in and some of Cuellar's. Nope, nothing there. So, okay. So we're now seeing some more counties come in. That's still Hayes. So this is Webb. That's a pretty decent county. Talarico up. Fort Bend, that's a big worry if you're Talarico. Let's see. Lamar County. Crockett. I think that's. Is Lamar County where Eisenhower was born? No, I don't think so. All right. So, as we see here, House District 18, we do see Al Green very much in the lead there. So, we'll keep an eye on that. Oh, wait, hold on. Wow. Hassan, you're right. Hassan got 3.25% in Fort Bend. That's nutters. That's mad. All right, so we still had the polls. Oh, I mean, maybe there's a legitimate reason for Jasmine Crockett to push out that Dallas vote and get those polls closed later. She's not looking in a bad position. Again, obviously we got to wait for Harris County. Harris County's one of the big ones. We don't have Collin County in yet, north of Dallas. We don't have Travis County. We don't have Bexar County. We don't have El Paso. We have some really huge counties that have not even reported yet. But we are starting to see trends that make it look more like Jasmine Crockett's doing better than expected. Okay, because there's not any county that we can see so far that we expected Jasmine Crockett to win, but Talarico won it, or is winning it. But we are seeing it the other way around, okay? If we do look at Fort Bend County here, I think people expected Talarico to win that. If we look at Tarrant County, I think we expected Talarico to win that as well. I mean, even though it's near where Jasmine Crockett is from, I think a lot of people just see it as this more moderate, slightly Republican county. I don't think people are expecting Crockett to have that one. And I think people thought Talarico was going to have more of a gap when it came to Denton. And that really hasn't materialized. And you are getting these other counties here going very much for Crockett, even though they are smaller. So yeah, we still have some big counties. We had the biggest counties to come in. I mean, the only really huge county that we have so far is Tarrant County. Okay, with, and Denton, I guess, as well, right? But if you are Jasmine Crockett, you're liking the direction of where this is going. Yeah, Eisenhower was born in Texas. I've been, no. I'm pretty sure Eisenhower was born in Texas because I've been to where he was born. I've been to his birthplace a year ago. Denison, Texas was where Dwight Eisenhower was born. I went to his birthplace a year ago. All right. Let's go over to, see, 156,000. And then what do we have here? Yeah, we got how many total votes? 286,000. Here we have 396. So okay. Decision Desk is getting on top of it. Logan, thank you. Logan Knapp, 859. Thank you very much for the super chat. Could same day vote favor Talarico or Crockett more? Love your content. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know. I really don't know how that's going to play out. There wasn't like any last minute surprise that would shift it one way or the other. So yeah. All right. Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh, that's big for Talarico. So he's going to win along that interstate right there, right? Is that Interstate 35 that goes down that way? Okay, so that is because Williamson, I think that's where Waco is, right? So, or no, is Waco in Bell? Okay. No, but I-35 is down here. Um, so I do expect, so that means when Travis County comes in, if we're looking at Hays and Williamson, 72, 74, which again, this is where Tallarico's from, Travis is probably going to be a good county for him as well. Okay. I assume that he's going to get over 60%. Okay. So, okay, wait, okay. So Williamson is the northern suburbs of Austin, right? Right. All those ones there, I kind of get, like, they really do kind of merge into one all the way until you get down to Bexar County and get down to San Antonio. Then once you leave San Antonio, you're nothing, right? Round Rock, okay. Georgetown, right? Okay, yeah. Okay, so that's 73.8. Hays, of course, Hays is not as big. Hays is not as big, but it's not insignificant either. But Travis is the big one that you're going to be looking at here. Well, I thought that was Lubbock County, but it's not. So, yeah, I mean, oh, how is the Republican primary looking? I'm going to do that more from here. So we do have, unless they got things working here now, we see Cornyn up by 6.76%. Okay, it's maybe they're getting their bug issues dealt with. Okay, so you do have Cornyn winning Denton, Tarrant, and Dallas counties. Okay. We don't have anything from Collin. You see him winning a little bit up in the Panhandle as well. Don't have as many counties down here in South Texas. Here along the, in the hill country here and along the Rio Grande Valley, the hill country is going to be more Republican, even though that's where LBJ is from, but just not as many votes. And then here in the Rio Grande area, all those ballots were Democratic. So that looks like that number's gone up for Tallarico. Let's see. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on. Why is this taking so long to load? So I'm just going to stay on the Democratic race. It's like you can maybe hear me like clicking. Yeah, because even says votes beta. It's in its beta, so they need to worry. They need to focus on those issues. Here we go. Okay, so we don't have much more in here. Oh, we have a county that's tie. 2 votes to 2 votes in Briscoe County. Let's see if any other numbers have come in. Now I'm afraid to click on anything because we might be frozen. So I'm more interested in saying in this. I guess with North Carolina, I can just... I mean, like literally, if anyone's ever driven from Abilene up to Lubbock and stuff like that, there's just like nothing here. I lived in Lubbock for like a whopping 3 weeks. Because that Dallas County will be a huge increase for Crockett, I assume. We still don't have any really huge counties in. Still waiting for Harris, Baird, Travis, Dallas, and Collin, right? So, yeah, so what we're going to do with Decision Desk for right now, we're only going to, because this is pretty competitive, we're only going to keep it on the Texas Democratic primary. Over here, we can see other results in the little window here. So we'll just see what's happening there. Al Green has a lead. That's good. Let me see if anything's coming out of Crenshaw's or anything else that we have. Yeah, so you can see Al Green up by quite a bit. We'll see if that changes. So yeah, now we got to wait for some bigger counties to come in. 90% of my knowledge of cities in Texas are from King of the Hill. I don't think there's an Arlen, Texas. I mean, there might be a small little Arlen, Texas, but I don't think so. All right, so we wait. I'm kind of surprised that Crockett's doing as well in those rural eastern counties. Because even back in the day, those were where like when you had Texas back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, the conservative part of Texas, the Democrats that were in the conservative part, were in the eastern part there. But most of those people are probably voting in the Republican primary anyway. Which, with that being the case, let's go back to the Republican primary. Starting to close up a little bit. But it does look like Cornyn is in the lead. And if Cornyn wins this thing, that goes against the late polls that were showing that Paxton was going to win. Yeah, so we're just waiting for a few more. Haven't had a little bit in a while. So somebody said Travis is going to be for Talarico. I mean, if it's not for Talarico, he's in huge trouble, right? He should win that. It's a question of the margin. Dallas should go, especially now with the polls open for, they'll be closing. So, okay, the polls will close in Dallas in less than 30 minutes from now. Question is, are we going to get a vote dump immediately afterwards? Okay, we might get a vote dump. We're starting to get some races here in North Carolina. Okay, so let's go ahead and go over to those. Whoa, some counties just came up. Some counties just came up and Crockett ended up being in the lead. I don't know. So Guadalupe County is one of them. Let's look. So here Talarico is at Webb 64%. So this is indicating, at least off of this, that he's going to do significantly better with Hispanic voters than Jasmine Crockett. But Crockett is now slightly in the lead with some of these counties coming in. But to be winning Guadalupe County, which is right outside of Bexar County, it's not insignificant. And that has a pretty decent Hispanic population as well. I used to stay there when I went to the Formula One races there. So as a matter of fact, most of all of this area is going to be like that. Is this Lubbock? No, that's not Lubbock. All right, so now we got a close one yet again. House District 2. Okay, let's go with these congressional districts. So we now see this one hasn't updated yet, but according to Decision Desk, Dan Crenshaw is getting, oh, whoa, okay, we'll come back to that. Harris County, that's a big one. That's what made that. Harris County, that's pretty significant. I really thought that Travis or Harris County could have been anyone's game. Really. I thought either candidate had just as much of a possibility of winning there. Now, the one thing I'm hoping this from a personal point of view, I'm hoping this race is going to be very, very close. Why? Because then it means that essentially every poll was wrong. Every poll was saying like one candidate or the other was going to win 5, 6, 7, 8%, right? I'm hoping that this thing is razor thin and it does go to a runoff. Okay? Because then it just shits on every single poll that there was. And that would be awesome. So anyways, what I was saying, Dan Crenshaw is losing with 31% in. That's big. Christian Menefee is now in the lead, so he's taking the lead over Al Green. Cooper is going to win that. So yeah, let's go to some of these others. Yeah, CNBC is not on top of it, and we actually do have results for Crenshaw's race. Well, this is another one now. We'll see how this turns out. %. So yeah, we're getting some early election dumps here. Wake County, Durham County is the biggest. Now, according to this one, Alamo is going to win it according to Polymarket. So we'll see how accurate Polymarket is because they're not accurate there right now. All right. So somebody's saying they're having a lot of latency and stuff like that. It could be me too, living out in the middle of BFE with shitty ass Sparklight internet. It could be my end. Yeah, so Crenshaw. So we'll see if Crenshaw loses because then, I mean, the Crenshaw race is important because if MAGA is an ideology, Crenshaw wins. If MAGA is a follow the dear leader Trump, whatever he does, if he, tells you to jump off a cliff, you do it too, then Crenshaw loses. So it's showing today that the Republican MAGA movement is purely a cult, to put it in that way. Yeah, so somebody said it right there. Crenshaw is losing because he isn't batshit insane for MAGA. Right. I mean, he is, if we're looking at it ideologically, he is MAGA, right? He's just not, I'm going to kiss Trump's ass. All right, so we're still waiting for some big counties out there. We had another county come up here. Mills County, 49 votes. Now, if she wins, I mean, because this will be interesting. I assume she's going to win Dallas County, right? I assume she's going to win Dallas County. If she wins Dallas and Harris, wait, did we? Okay, no, I thought we just got Collin County in, but we did not. But man, you couldn't get any closer of an election than this. Okay, there we are. Right now, we're in runoff. We're in runoff territory. There we go. I love it. I love it. I love it. Harris County is very close. Have they added more votes? Because it wasn't really that 45 to 53. That's not close. Steve Toth is beating the Pirate. Yeah. It does look like Menifee will be winning that one with 95% in. It does look like the Republicans might have been successful. See, NBC isn't updating anything at all. Looks like the Republicans were successful in drawing Al Green out of Congress. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Menifee up by 5.62%. Cooper up. I mean, Cooper's dominating with winning by 90%. That's insane. This Patterson guy is the one that's running against the January 6th guy. Okay, please don't take forever. Oh, that's 0.6 in. Something just came in that brought Jasmine Crockett up a bit and then just brought her back down. What came in? She went up by quite a bit. She was at 0.06. That's 1.31. So she went up. Okay, so we can see Cameron County here. I think McAllen is there, right? So that's going to be where McAllen is. So we're seeing Hispanic voters going strongly for Tallarico. But, let's go back over here. Okay, here's one thing that's interesting. Okay, so we look at Webb. Okay. And we look at Cameron County. Look at how many, and this is mostly Hispanic area. Look at how much Hassan is getting in these counties. 3.3%, 4.1%. You might have enough Hispanic voters going in there, voting in the local elections, and then voting for neither of the two candidates for the gubernatorial race and going with Hassan. Oh, Travis. Somebody said Travis, so... Oh, wow, 76%. So, yeah, that just put Tallarico in a big lead. Okay. Yeah, that jumped them up big time. Now, remember, we still have Dallas County to come in. That's closing in 15 minutes. So, a lot of what you see in Travis could be negated by Dallas. Okay? So, Jefferson County, somebody mentioned that came in. Not as many votes. I mean, you're only talking about, 13,000 votes, 14,000 votes? One huge for Crockett, but, I mean, I guess that's what gave her the margin. So, Travis puts Tallarico in the lead. All the counties in and around that area, along 35, are going strongly for Tallarico. One could assume that Bexar County will now go strongly for Tallarico. I don't know. So when Dallas comes in, the early vote dump there, I assume that as soon as the polls close at 8, that I assume when the polls close at 8, that Dallas will have their dump right away of early, because they've been sitting on the early vote dump for, or no, 9 o'clock. Dallas is 9 o'clock, excuse me. So we might have to wait a while to see what happens with that, because they're sitting on their early votes until those polls close at 9. But Travis, thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. But yeah, we have nothing from that state house race in Arkansas. Remember, you got this special state house race in Arkansas that could flip over to the Democrats. So we're keeping an eye on that. Okay, see, here we go. So McLennan County is for Talrico, but pretty close. So the big counties we have left: Dallas, Bear, El Paso, Collin. Those are the main ones that we have out now that we're waiting on. Okay, I'm going to read. Oh, yeah, Roy Cooper at 92%. Whatley at 64%. So, what other races do we have? Yeah, a lot of these are just Virginia Fox. She used to be the dumbest person in the House until the Republican Party just got really dumb. Oops. Yeah, I'm having a problem with the scrolling. Oh, wow. Look at this right here. Somebody mentioned it in the chat, but yeah. I did not even know he was running for Congress in North Carolina. Because he's from West Virginia, right? So somebody asked, when is what? Someone said, when is San Antonio coming in? And my answer is, when it comes, it comes, right? Okay, so now that Republican primary is getting a little bit closer now, but Cornyn in the lead, but closer nonetheless. So at around 7:55 local time, I'm going to take a 2-3 minute break, and then I'm going to come back. Just so you know. I mean, I think everything's playing out kind of how maybe conventional wisdom expected it. So Bear will go big for Talrico, Dallas will go for Crockett. I'm assuming Bear, I mean, I don't know if it'll go as strongly as Travis. I'm kind of surprised Travis went 76%. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I kind of was surprised. But with all these up and down 35 at that, then maybe Bexar County will be as strong as well. I don't know. But we are seeing this clear eastern part of the state going for Crockett, which really surprises me because it's traditionally a more conservative area. Yeah, we have nothing from that Colin Allred election so far. No numbers in. See, like I don't know what's going on here. Like there's like this race has already been basically decided. So, you know, they're pretty slow when this NBC is pretty slow so far. All right, so now it's a wait. Uh-oh. Roy Cooper's under a 90% gap to win. Oh. I mean, I've gone and I've shit a lot on Decision Desk HQ, but if they have this and they make a real improvement to it, then I would consider buying it for my election analysis to do on the election. And by the way, if you want to support the channel, right down here, you know, below, patreon.com at voting trend, you got my Patreon. If you want to help out the channel, you can become a member of the channel. I'm going to go on there and do some extra stuff as well. Okay, we've seen Talrico go up a little bit more. John, thank you very much for the super chat. Eastern and other parts of rural Texas are going Jasmine because Black Hispanic voters in the Democratic primary, those are not rural whites voting for her. That's correct. But I will say that in some of these counties, the vote totals are a little bit higher. Like Smith, for example, when you get here, you're kind of, with Kaufman, you are starting to get into... No, it's still pretty... No. You're still getting into... Oh, wait, Collin County just came in. So, I mean... To me... I mean, we got Election Day vote. But to me, this result for Collin County is huge for Talrico. That's a big one. That's a big one. Now, one thing I'm interested in is Cornyn got 29,000 in Collin County. Talrico got 37,000 in Collin County. So you and this is, you see, this is what I'm really interested in looking at when it comes to post-election, to see how many people voted for Talrico or the winner versus the winner, how many people voted in those. Now, obviously, the Republican one's going to head to a runoff, which might be a better representation of what happens. Actually, now the Talrico gap is bigger than the Cornyn-Paxton gap. Yeah, that's a blow for Crockett. I mean, it all depends. I'm surprised Bear hasn't had anything come in yet. Oh, this is the Republican primary. Boulder, blah, 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 the rest of the name. That is the best take so far in the election. I think the winner will be the person with the most votes. Yes, that is going to be who it is. All right, I am going to take a little 2-minute break now. I will be right back, and then we're going to see what happens. So I'll see you all in just a few minutes. All right, everyone. So we are back. All right. Had to get more water and get it in a bigger cup this time. So, because talking this much does dry you out, and to let you know, I got the backup glass over here too. All right. So it doesn't look like much has changed over the last few minutes. Still waiting on Dallas. Dallas is not going to come in for another hour because it's 8 o'clock now. They said they're going to close at 9. So we have time to wait in Dallas. I don't know if San Antonio, if Bexar County had any issues. The polls in El Paso are now closed. So we're going to go over here and see if El Paso County gets something in. If El Paso County comes in before Bexar and Dallas, and it's pretty strong Tallarico, I assume that becomes the icing on the cake at that point. Jesus Christ, I go away for 5 minutes and I lose 300 people watching. Holy shit. Anyway, that's what I'm telling you about YouTube. It's like, really? You have attention deficit disorder so much that you have to leave if somebody is gone for a few minutes? Holy cow. Not for you, all of you who have stayed. Thank you all very much. So yeah, let's go ahead and see what happens. Now, so I don't see any new anything new yet. So now we wait. I don't know what's taking Bexar County so much time, especially Sasha Walker, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. I don't know what's taken Bexar County so long. I mean, considering Travis and Harris have already reported, I'm surprised Bexar County is taking as long as it has. Let's put it this way. If El Paso or Bexar County come in pretty decently for Tallarico, I think he's won at that point. I think it's over. I think it's pretty much over now, to be honest. But the fat lady isn't singing, but she's warming up. Okay. Oh, whoa, what the hell just happened there? That was just like a boom all at once. And it really didn't. There were just a bunch of counties that just came in at once. And it didn't change a thing, interestingly. Okay, so hold on a second. Does anyone, so you're saying that they're showing precinct level results for on Vote Hub? Okay, hold on. Oh wow, we're gonna go to this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, but it doesn't have all the counties, so it doesn't have okay, so this is indicating here, because you have Travis County counted here, it's indicating Travis County just gave a dump, gave a vote dump without telling you what precincts they were from, whereas these vote dumps are from where they were. You know what? Now that we're at the precinct level, you know where I want to really look? I want to look at that state Senate District 9, the primary that we had, or excuse me, the special election we had just a few weeks ago. So remember, that went here and into this part of Fort Worth and up. So it was all in this area here. And you do see it pretty even. Okay, you see James Talarico doing really well in and around Fort Worth, but then when you get out a little bit more, now these areas are more Republican. These areas are definitely more Republican. Keller is a very Republican place where you see Talarico doing quite well here. And then this area of Fort Worth, that's no surprise. Yeah, you can see in and around Denton. But they don't have all, like Collin County, they don't have it done by precincts. I don't know. Here we go. We can go into Harris County. And yeah, with this looks like it, I mean, if we look at Sugarland here, we look at this outer perimeter when you come into like Katy and all that, when you come into Houston, I'd expect that to be Talarico, but it is a little bit more mixed in and around Houston. I thought this was going to be more one or the other, but this is a pretty mixed result. Yeah, interesting. But there are more results coming in from here. Oh, we got a few more counties. Nothing new yet. All right, let's go ahead. Yeah, there's nothing from that Colin Allred. Oh, because that's going to be a Dallas. There's nothing there because that's going to be a Dallas district. So we're not going to get anything until 9 anyway. Well, that's pretty interesting. Well, I guess the Democrat won the special election here. Oh, that's an impressive result. But that does show that they're counting, so maybe there's some results from the AP. No, nothing. Well, the Democrats won the special election in Arkansas with 100% of the vote. Funny. Cornyn is pulling out a little bit more of a lead here. And remember, late money was on, like here, Ken Paxton, according to Polly, close this market bullshit. But according to that market, they were saying Paxton, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll tell you, on the Republican primary, Hunt was expected, I think, to get like 16, 17, so he's underperforming. Let's go back to the Democratic primary. Really? Don't pull that shit. No. Don't pull that shit. Really? Okay, hold on. I guess we're going to have to go with New York Times here. Yeah, because they have significantly more votes here. All right. So I'm not going to touch this anymore. I'm going to keep it as is. Okay? Not touching it anymore. All right. So have we had anything new come in? We had Collin County. I mean, we still have Election Day votes coming in. Oh, that. I don't want to press it. Okay, we're going to go here because now that Senate race is getting really close. Well, see, there it isn't. But here it is. So, but I don't want to touch anything because I don't need it frozen again. Yeah, true. There are no Dem voting machines. There are voting machines. Yeah, but now El Paso should be coming in. So there should be a dump. I don't know what Bexar County is waiting for. Lubbock County went strongly for Talrico, but and my guess is most of those in Lubbock County will probably be Texas Tech students. I assume. Brazos County, that's where Texas Tech is, right? Or not Texas Tech, Texas A&M. I think, I don't know. I don't know where A&M is. Oh, that's just a small county. Duval County, Jim Wells County, seeing if the Duke of Duval's down there stealing some votes. Yeah, so it seems like now we're on a holding pattern regarding all this. Yeah, it's Decision Desk HQ. They got a dashboard up now. It's in beta, and you can pretty much tell it's in beta because it is extremely clunky, but they're getting better results than most of the others. Yeah, I think now we're just waiting for some of the bigger counties to come in. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, Brazos is A&M. Okay, I was thinking it was. Yeah, a few more counties, but just small rural counties. Someone said Bear, but Bear's not in yet. Here. Well, this Bear is. Yeah, so this is the. Let me go back because someone just put Bear and I don't see it. Caldwell County. Caldwell County. I think LBJ did some work there in his early political days. I mean, really, if we're looking at Houston, it's pretty much doing what I expect it to do up here and down here. I think just maybe more in and around here. Let me zoom out or zoom in. Like over in Katy and all this area, I expected James Talrico to do well here. It's a little bit more mixed in the western part of, in the western suburbs of Houston than I was expecting. Even up here when we get toward the Woodlands, but that's going to be in Montgomery County. That's why I expect this is a little bit more mixed. I thought Talrico was going to do better there, but on the other hand, I also thought Crockett was going to do a little bit better out east. So, yeah. Well, no, there's not a lot of precincts. Okay, so you do have Round Rock and stuff like that. I mean, this is all going to be Talarico territory. I don't know where his state house district went into. It might have gone into like Round Rock and stuff like that. Yeah, we have nothing here. I guess this right here is where the Domain is. I love that place, the Domain. I could live in Austin. I really could. Killeen, this is not a surprise to me. Nothing for Waco. Let's go back. So yeah, we're just waiting for some big count. I mean, I assume, I don't know if Travis County is actually bigger than Dallas County now. I don't think so. Surprised Montgomery County hasn't come in yet. Though I will say Crockett's doing a little bit better in and around Houston and going over to Louisiana than I thought. I didn't think she would be winning by this amount. Dallas is bigger than Travis. I mean, Travis, I didn't know because Travis has just grown so much. It seems like it could just catapult, right? I assume Bexar County is going to be bigger than Travis because San Antonio is so big, but I don't know. Okay, Michael, thank you for the information. So, okay, we're going to have to wait for El Paso for another hour. Yeah. I'm going to go up. Let's see what other, I want to see that state house race in Arkansas. Here we go. Whoa. 54% counted. So let's just take a break from Texas for a minute, just for a hot minute here. This is the state house race in Arkansas. Special election. Okay. The last general election, 2024, the Republican won it 51-49. You're seeing a huge Democratic swing here, 63.7%. This is the same Democrat that ran last time in 2024. So this is this one's a big pickup that I think is going to kind of be lost in all of the Texas primary and other primaries. This is a really good result. It says 54% in, but that looks good. So somebody says, okay, where is it? Oh, wait, I have something wrong with my mouse. It's just like moving really fast. So this is telling me a lot of students. I mean, obviously you got University of Texas, but you got A&M, you got Texas Tech. You have a lot of students seem to be going with Talarico and not with Crockett. And then we do have the election day vote coming in. So, you know, that has to be put in consideration. Oh, Montgomery is in. Okay. I wonder if that's in on this one. I mean, VoteHub doesn't have as much as what we just saw on Decision.HQ, but give them credit, man, for having the precinct results like this. That's impressive. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, I think we're expecting that. Now, on the other hand, what I would like to see. So Talarico got 10,908 votes in Montgomery. He would have been slightly third behind Cornyn. They were straight up. But yeah, look at this one now. This one's getting really damn close. And they haven't had Travis County and Bexar County come in at all. So what I don't get is they do have some of Dallas County in the Republican primary. So why do they have Dallas? Is the extension of polling hours only for Democratic voters? Because it seems weird that they have Dallas County in the Republican primary, but yet they don't have, or no, they do have, yeah, so I'm wondering if the polls are only extended for the Democratic primary. Let me know in the comments if you know that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you are a Democrat, I don't think it'll happen. But if you are a Democrat and there is no runoff after tonight, which it's looking like there's not going to be, but you never know, vote in that runoff in the Republican and pick Paxton. Okay. Bexar County. That's it. It's over. It's done. I mean, unless there's a huge swing of election day votes, which there can be, I don't see how Jasmine Crockett can win from this point on. Again, we still have election day vote coming in, but I don't see because that's a pretty big gap in Bexar County. That's pretty big. No, I don't call anything. I'm like, I just say what I feel. I don't call anything because I'm more interested in learning information and finding out what something is than being right or being first or anything like that. I watch the elections to see how they develop. Okay. As somebody said here, my prediction is whoever has the most votes by the end of the election. Bartholomew, thank you for the super chat. Big one. Thank you very much. Thank you for streaming and making the content you make. No one else does it quite like you do, sir. Thank you very much. Also, can we talk about how insane it is that Talarico has the most votes of any candidate from either Texas primary right now? I mean, yeah, I guess, that goes without saying just because it does seem like that we'll see with the election day votes to see overall, were there more people who voted in the Democratic primary than the Republican one? And because the Republican one was more split, Talarico did have the most amount of votes. Now, the question is, okay, let me see. I guess we'll go over here. Because right now, Jasmine Crockett has the second most amount of votes, right? If we look at this one, 489,000, and Cornyn has 409,000. So Jasmine Crockett's number 2 right now. So that's pretty interesting. Again, we have election day votes. We'll see how this all plays out. And remember, this is when we really noticed it with Afton Bain. When more people voted in the Democratic primary than expected, or technically it was less people voted in the Republican primary. It made people think, this could possibly be something that is happening in the Tennessee 7th. Okay. This is big tonight. This is not insignificant. The only thing that I worry about with James Tallarico is when it comes to a debate, I feel that the Republicans could stomp all over him. I don't think he's much of a fighter. I think Jasmine Crockett, if she were on a debate stage with Paxton or Cornyn, would put them in their goddamn place. Okay. That's my only worry about Tallarico. He's not a fighter. And I do think we need that. Crockett lost Crockett County. Funny. I mean, let's see what the gap is. Yeah, we're talking about 100,000 vote gap. She's not going to make that up in Dallas County. She can maybe cut that in half, but she's not going to eliminate it. And that's why I think she'll cut out. I think Dallas will maybe cut it in half. Unless they were able to get a lot of people out in the last 2 hours, I don't think so. But, yeah. I just wanted to go to WFAA, see what they were doing. No, I mean, I hope that Tallarico can do it. I just say thank you, Ben, for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. I just say that don't let the focus groups determine who you are as a candidate. It's the only thing I worry about with Tallarico. Okay. But on the other hand, regardless of who the Democratic candidate is, and it's looking very increasingly like it's going to be Tallarico, I personally don't think it matters if he goes against Cornyn or Paxton. Paxton you have as the crazy scandal-filled Republican, but Cornyn is that establishment. And Tallarico can just say, if you want politics as usual, right, that argument, I think Tallarico can do well with that. Oh, okay. Let's go over there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so a lot of your Hispanic voters are in and around here in San Antonio, especially like eastern San Antonio. So it kind of surprises me that Jasmine Crockett had some areas that did quite well. And then up here, definitely, there are a lot of Hispanic voters. When I was in San Antonio the day that Jimmy Carter died. Okay, I was actually touring all the presidential museums, and I had just come back from the LBJ Museum, going down, so I was going to go down to Alice and other places, and yeah. Rennie, for now, thank you very much for the super chat. Greatly appreciate that. Holy shit, you are right. Okay, I'm going to regret this. Crenshaw is, so there you go. If you wanted your answer, is MAGA an ideological group of right wingers, or are they the follow the leader, the dear leader, whatever the dear Donald Trump wants to do? What are the Republicans? That's what they are. That's what they are right there. Now, another thing we need to remember, and this will be interesting to look at, we're looking at the U.S. Senate race. We're seeing more Democrats run in the U.S. Senate race. Okay? We are seeing that. How many of these congressional races are going to have more people voting in a Democratic primary? Might be a lot. Okay? So we'll have to look at that post-election. Okay, I was able to get back to this pretty quickly without it freezing up on me. So maybe it's doing quite well. Yeah, I mean, right now, let's see what the gap is. It's still probably about, yeah, it's basically now exactly 100,000 votes. Crockett's not going to make that up in Dallas County. She can't. She can maybe cut that in half. Maybe cut that in half. But there's not enough votes out there for her to get. Unless the only other way she wins is if there was a 2-1 swing on election day in Jasmine Crockett's favor. That's the only way that she wins. But I don't see that happening. Could happen, but I don't see it happening. And you know what? Crenshaw is... he isn't just losing, he's getting his ass kicked. That's the thing. This is not a close 57-39. Remember, he was a GOP star. And like I said, he was MAGA before MAGA was in. Here we go. So State House District here. Yeah, so the Democrats, big pickup there in Arkansas. Big swing in Arkansas. So that's a great result. In House District 106, this Brock guy, he is the January 6th guy who's running against an incumbent, and he's losing. So that's good news if you like, the law and democracy and stuff like that. I'm just waiting for another half hour. Because, see, here's the thing. This is my guess what's going to happen. Right? They have not declared Tallarico the winner. Once the polls officially close in Dallas County, because all the polls, you don't declare a winner usually when all the polls aren't closed, right? So that's the thing. Oh, what's going on here? Sent 10 Voting Trend gift memberships. Thank you very much, Daniel. Appreciate that. Danielson, one of my Patreon members. So if you want to support me on Patreon, please support me on Patreon, down below in the link. And if you like election history, I do a whole entire channel on election history. So I'm just going to make a little plug while we're waiting for that right now. I'm just going to make a little plug for that. So you can go over to my election history channel and check it out if you want to. I have a separate Patreon for that as well. I just did a video about the electoral history of Arizona. So you can check that out. I'm going to be doing every single state. So please, but Danielson, thank you very, very much for the gift memberships. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, Daniel he's a good guy. He's a good guy. So yeah, please check out my history channel. So, anyways, what I was saying before I saw that, Daniel with the nice gift there. The one thing I want to say is that my guess is what's going to happen is a network or an organization like this is not going to call an election until all the polls are closed. Once 9 o'clock hits, they're probably going to call for Tallarico because now all the polls are closed in the state. Okay. So this is my guess of what's going to happen. So my guess is at 9 o'clock, James Tallarico will be declared the winner. They're just not doing it because of the formality of polls still being open. Okay. This is why like when you look at Florida, they don't call a race right away. But then once the panhandle closes, a lot of times they call it then. Tom, thank you very much for the super chat. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Yeah, and please let me know what the quality of the stream is, because throughout my whole entire stream, it keeps on saying the quality is poor. So I don't know if that's true or not. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Come on. Ah, come on. No, 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 don't. Well, what happened here, Polymarket? You're all saying Alam was gonna win it. Now all of a sudden you flipped as soon as you. It's like voting for the winner of a game with 5 minutes left in the game. What? You all of a sudden flipped on as soon as you look at this. 6 p.m. on the 27th, it was 75%. Again. Oh yeah, this is probably gonna be. Foshi will probably win this one, I assume. But I just love when bullshit markets have to eat it. I love it. I mean, when all is said and done, when all is said and done, I have to say that. Okay. Because I wasn't running any numbers or models on this. It's hard to model a primary. It's very, very hard to model a primary. But I have to say, going into this, my gut, and I don't tell people this because I don't want to be in the he said this or he said that and have people, when it comes to my models during the general election, I'll say I believe things are going to happen based on the models. But when it comes to a gut feeling, I don't like gut feelings because they're not statistically driven. Something was telling me that James Tallarico was going to win this. I just had that feeling that James Tallarico was going to win it. But I thought this was going to be by 10%, which it looks like it could be. I think Jasmine Crockett, for everyone attacking her the way that they have, everyone talking about how she's unelectable and all these other things regarding her candidacy, I'd say where she's at right now, that could go up to 46% when Dallas comes in. I have to say she ran a pretty decent campaign. And at the end of the day, and let's be honest, James Tallarico, I think he nationalized this campaign. Who was the first person to really nationalize a U.S. Senate campaign like this in the past? Beto O'Rourke against Ted Cruz. So I remember I was working in Utah on a special election congressional campaign. And when I was on Facebook, I was getting all of these ads, donate to Beto O'Rourke running against Ted Cruz. I'm like, who the hell is this Beto O'Rourke guy? Who the hell is he? But I'm getting all these advertisements from him. He nationalized his whole entire campaign based on simply running against Ted Cruz. And I think to a certain, not similar, but to a certain extent, that's what James Talarico did in this case. He got the national spotlight. He was looked at as the darling on the national level. Jasmine Crockett didn't do that. I don't know if she could have done that, but she didn't do it nonetheless. But yeah, Talarico is just dominated along this I-35 corridor, or at least from Williamson down, right? Oh, you don't have Duval in Jim Wells County. I want those in. I want to see if... Oh, well, of course, Duval and Jim Wells County is waiting for all the votes to be counted so that they can actually submit their numbers as soon as they know what the results are. They're not gonna do like, what happened with Papio Daniel and let those numbers come in first. And if you read this, you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? And if you do not know what I am talking about, go to my election history channel and go to this video right here, how Lyndon Johnson stole his U.S. Senate seat. That will tell you exactly about what I'm talking about here. It's one of my favorite videos that I did. One of the first ones I did on the channel. Logan Knapp, thank you very much for another super chat. MS Now is reporting that some precincts in Williamson County are not closing until 11 p.m. in Texas. I'm kind of surprised then they did. They got the early vote there. So wait, so that means that they're not going to actually probably declare a winner until those Williamson County precincts come in? I mean, come on, right? That's just a little over the edge there, right? It is what it is. Okay, the Emery 223, thank you very much for the super chat. Talarico will win November. Otherwise, why have Republicans been so nervous and trying so hard to suppress his media coverage? I mean, that is a legitimate question, right? Why did the Republicans go out of the way with CBS to do that, right? Now, somebody did make a good point. I think it was in one of the comments in one of my videos, which is that the Republicans are so racist, they just maybe automatically assume that the white guy is going to be the strongest candidate. That's pretty true when it comes to the Republican Party. But yeah, I mean, that could be in it. But yeah. So South Texas, I'm interested to see what Starr County is going to do. Yeah, Cuellar is going to win. That's what I figured. I was hoping he would have some hard. Well, this one, see, now this one, it shows Menifee 29,000. Hold on a second. Yeah, see, this is it. This is interesting because according to the Decision Desk, it says 95% of the vote is in. But according to NBC, who I don't think NBC does this. Oh, Cracky Kornacki has his own camera. That's still pretty close. If it is, it's 67%. This race is getting a little closer. Let's see what happens. It could go one way or the other. Yeah, let's go back to decision desk. Let's look at the U.S. Senate race for the Republicans. We haven't looked at that in a while. So we see Cornyn up, okay, 43-40. As you can see, Bexar County came in for Cornyn by 6%. We still haven't had Travis County come in. I mean, yes, Travis County is a very Democratic county, but it's also a very big county, right? All the Dallas Metroplex is in. Harris County's in. Let's see Montgomery County. See, that's what Montgomery County is, right? Montgomery County is one of the most right-wing of right-wing places. Danielson, thank you very much for the super chat there. Love your video about LBJ's Senate race, and thank you so much for recommending Robert Caro's book. On a separate note, while I agree that Jasmine Crockett is probably a better fighter in Talrico, she could go overboard and pull a Richards 94, who I also just did a video about as well. That's one of my most recent videos right here, Richards versus Bush. Yeah, I mean, that is a worry. That is a worry with Talrico. Yeah, and for anyone who wants to become a member of the channel, please go become a member. There's a join button down below. Please become a member. I'm trying to figure out right now what I want to do, like do any members only videos or something like that. It's kind of hard to do some of those sometimes, but it does help out the channel. And as I mentioned earlier, a few weeks ago, I'm trying to make it that my main focus is this channel and my election history channel, that I can kind of quit my old job so that I can focus totally on these channels. And it's getting there. And I'm hoping by the end of the year, we actually reach that point. So please, anyone who could help out and support the channel a little, it's greatly appreciated. Support the Democratic Party. They're good people. I mean, yeah, some are, and some I've seen how the sausage was made. I saw the sausage made for and Rennie, thank you for becoming a member. And Dan, if you do, thank you for the super chat. Support the Democratic Party. I've seen how the sausage is made in Democratic Party politics, which is the reason I do a YouTube channel now about politics instead of working in campaigns and elections. As a matter of fact, somebody sent me a message about a campaign, like asking some advice for a campaign. And I said, I do not do that anymore. I do not work on campaigns anymore. I've very much gone away from campaigns. All right. So we got 11 minutes until Dallas closes. I'm just wondering do we have a confirmation on that Williamson County thing at all, that they're going to be open until 11 or whatever crazy, because 11 o'clock's pretty nuts. See, what I've noticed is that I don't know where Texas has always been, since Ann Richards lost, Texas has always been fool's gold. And as I have mentioned time and time again, it is a very expensive market to fight in. And when we're looking at the U.S. Senate, each state has 2 Senate seats, right? So it's going to be much cheaper to get Mary Peltola to win than it's going to be to get James Talarico, if he is the nominee, which it looks like it's going to be, to win. Okay? Because you have the Dallas, the Austin, San Antonio, the Houston markets. It's like, I think the Dallas and Houston market are 2 of the top 7 media markets in the nation. So it is mega expensive to try to win this state. But could this be the year where the investment is important and you could do it? There are cheaper paths to victory for the Democrats. Like Iowa, for example. That actually, when is the Iowa primary? Oh, that's not until June. That Iowa Senate primary, I'm really interested in seeing. I think there are 2 really good candidates for the Democrats in that one. Okay. Simo Zen, thank you very much for the super chat. Check out Texas 15th. Okay, hold on a second. Let's check out Texas 15th. Wait. I thought I had. Okay, wait. So this guy's a Tejano musician. That'll be interesting. Oops, I can't. And this is gonna be you know what? I saw something about him. I saw something a week or 2 about this. This could be an interesting race. I think this can be a district that the Democrats can pick up. And this is going to be one of those districts that'll be interesting to see how many Democratic and Republican primary ballots have been cast. That will be an interesting one to look at. Okay, extension got struck down. Okay, so that means to me, I assume in 8 minutes from now, decision desks will determine that Talarico's the winner. I think they're just waiting for all the polls to officially close. So that Cat, whatever her name is, up in I think she's running Jan Schakowsky's old district, or not old district, current district. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I don't think she'll win that one. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, she's just being somebody from that area, right? I mean, I was born in Lake County. I was born in Waukegan. I lived in the suburbs, Schaumburg, Hoffman Estates, stuff like that. I know the people. I don't think that she is going to win from a gut feeling, right? And I actually she did a video today about like an APAC commercial that went against her and talking about all these things she said when she was in high school. And it was interesting because in the thing that she said when she was in high school, they put something up that said that she said that she was more to the right of Donald Trump on Social Security and healthcare. And what she said is, she goes, well, that's they're taking stuff out of what I had said from high school or whatever. My question was, okay, that's fine. But you didn't answer the question. Are you still to the right of Donald Trump when it comes to healthcare and Social Security? It's nice that you're not saying anything, but we need to know that answer. So yeah. So thoughts on Tarrant County? Tarrant County is quite interesting. Because that was, seeing this, it was Tarrant County early in the night that looked like it was going to go one way or the other. Now, I believe they'll call it once, they might not call it once Dallas closes, but they might call it once Dallas has their early vote dump. But there are still a lot of election day votes out there. And so they might want to be a little bit cautious. I assume they'll call it at, I mean, because they still haven't called this U.S. House. They still have not called. Oops. You know, Harris and all that. They still have not called this one with Crenshaw's race. And he's nowhere near Dallas. That one kind of surprises me. They have not called that one yet. Yeah, okay. Oh, you know what we can do? Yeah, we can't hear, unfortunately. But I'm kind of interested. They don't have anything precinct wise for Austin. But in Lubbock, let's see. I think Texas Tech is around here. Yeah. Texas Tech University. As a matter of fact, this building right here, I lived in for 3 weeks. I think it was that building. No. This building. I lived in this building for 3 weeks. I went to Texas Tech for 3 weeks, said, oh my God, this is a mistake, and I left. So not that many students voting here. And if you do see, most of the students at Texas Tech are going for Talarico. And we're seeing a few more counties get colored in. Well, Paso hasn't come in yet. I think AIPAC is way more of a primary issue than it is a general election issue. And I don't even really know how much of a primary issue it is. How many votes have we had in here? We've had 1.2 million votes. My guess is 75% of those people don't even know who AIPAC is. I mean, that's my opinion. In a smaller primary or special election like we had in New Jersey, it makes a difference. But in a big statewide primary that's a scheduled one, I don't think it's as important. Like when it comes to general election, I don't think that's what you run on unless the Iran situation gets totally out of hand. See, Democrats are missing an opportunity talking about how, well, see, they're not missing an opportunity, right? Because half of the Democratic Party is funded by AIPAC, right? This is, and there's, you know, this is why I like about Plattner and other people. They're not relying on who their donors are to say what they think about whatever the issue is, okay? There's a reason we're not hearing from Democratic leadership in regards to Iran. They don't want to lose that AIPAC money. Schumer, Jeffries, what's his name? Richie Torres, cannot stand that guy. He is benefiting the most from AIPAC. All right, so let's see if they call it once Dallas they can call it once Dallas is closed. Then they can also call it once the early votes are in. So, all right, it's 9 o'clock right now. So now we'll just see Waiting on Dallas. I'm hoping that Dallas has the early vote dump ready and are going to put it down there. But we'll see. All right. No, I didn't see what Schumer said, but it's like, I don't know. I mean, okay, Supreme Court told Dallas County to separate out votes for voters who are not in line at 7 p.m. So I guess that means they're going to do like two counts, one that's the 7 p.m. line and then anything that was added after that, which tells me if they're doing that separation, tells me that maybe they're putting those aside that they can somehow be challenged if they need to be, but I don't think they're going to need to be. No, I don't think, I don't think Dallas County will be 50-50, but she's not going to, okay. Now we're talking about nearly 120,000 vote gap. She's not going to make that up in Dallas County. And El Paso now in? Yeah, it's over. El Paso 162, it's over. It's over. It's not, I don't see her mathematically winning. Unless election day votes swing heavily in Crockett's direction, it's foregone conclusion at this point. Essentially game, set, match. But yeah, someone mentioned Toth. And all I think is, when I see Toth, all I think is Hoth, and I think of The Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, see, Polymarket wrong again here. They were just going Crenshaw, and then 5 minutes until the game is over, 3 minutes until the game is over, they switch over to Toth, right? So that shows you how much you can trust Polymarket. Doesn't know shit. Yeah, James Talrico, 9.43. Yeah, true. The New Jersey 11th was influenced by AIPAC, not the way they wanted it to, though. And and this is where it comes back to what I talk about with Plantner. I think AIPAC are running commercials and doing things a way in which it was done in 1992, and don't understand how politics are today. I think we're starting to see a real rejection. I know people want to say dirty politics works, but I think we're really starting to see a rejection of just dirty politics. And I think that's why James Talrico is doing so well. Not to say Jasmine Crockett was all that negative, but he was just kind of positive. And to me, that was one of the things when Harrison Walz came out of the Democratic convention, their whole message was positive and about helping people and all that. When did it change? When did the debate happen? And he said, and Trump said that people are eating their dogs. Then the Democrats are like, oh yeah, let him go ahead and screw it up. That's when they lost. They moved away from having the positive message and let it be on Trump talking about eating dogs. You got to have that positive message. All right. I was just seeing maybe if they did have that here. No, we have nothing from Dallas yet. I assume that 10% is going to go down when Dallas comes in. I assume. How much it goes down, that's another question. Okay, Andreas Lima, thank you very much. On her website, it does say we need single payer. Her website says we do need single payer healthcare system. Yeah, good. I just wish she would have said that in her video, right? Not I got shit to do and all that. I can't go to the website. In fact, I think it would have been good for her to say I support single payer healthcare system and believe that the Republicans are going to raid Social Security. No, Cornyn is not pulling away. It's staying pretty close. It is staying pretty close. And I'd love if he actually came in first, because then it'd be another another shit on Polymarket, which would be awesome. Okay. Just waiting. Let's see if there's any news from WFAA. Or is it just going to load? I'll probably get a commercial because this is not my YouTube premium account. Oh, no. That does not look like a fun roundtable to be around. I'm just saying that. Oh, Austin is in VoteHub now? Oh, okay. Yeah, they've got a lot more in VoteHub now. Yeah, let's see what UT did. Oh, it looks like UT is going to go strongly. What UT is probably around right here, right? Yeah, University of Texas right here. So yeah, UT 84%, 95%, or 85%, 85%. So, there's Guadalupe Street. A lot of I swear Guadalupe Street doesn't look much different than it did like during the during the Texas shootings, right? So yeah, let's see. Yeah, and then going up toward the Domain up here. And even the Domain is like the least for Talrico, and he's still winning it by 68%. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think his district's in I could be totally wrong. His district might be in the northwestern part of Travis County. I'm not sure. Well, Gonzalez is winning this with 70% of the vote in. And that is with El Paso in. I mean, though this is this is a Republican primary, but El Paso is going to have a number of votes. Another one. This could be another one where Polymarket is shit on yet again, which unfortunately in this situation, I hope Polymarket's right. Okay, Talrico is now at 10%. Okay, he's mostly. I didn't know if he was as far north in Williamson. I didn't know. I didn't know if he was in Travis or if he was mostly in Williamson County. And this is that Democratic sprawl that is coming out here. Okay. If and people can tell me if I'm wrong or not, but I'm pretty sure that like 20 years ago, Round Rock and Georgetown and all this were like very strongly Republican, like DuPage County back in the 1980s. See, so someone was saying the Arkansas Supreme Court. I don't know what's going on with that. I mean, here it is, position 3. Maybe somebody can tell. Oh, Dallas is in. That's a pretty good gap, but like I told you, it's not enough of the raw votes, right? What did I say? I said she might be able to get a 50,000 vote gap. Not far off. Yeah, I just knew that was not going to be enough for her. It's done. It's over. And it cut into his lead, but I mean, now it's just going to be election day votes. And my guess, let's see, actually, because what I'm wondering is, I mean, there's going to have to be a massive statewide swing to Jasmine Crockett on election day voting. And I just don't think the numbers are there. I just don't think enough is there for her. Because see, it's a 90,000 vote lead. And yeah, she'll get votes coming in from Dallas County, Harris County, and all that. He's going to get votes from Bexar and Travis County and El Paso, um, Denton, and others. I mean, could there be? Let me see what the number is. Now, chances are Crockett's gonna still win Tarrant County, which is impressive. That's when that was what really piqued my interest early on. I was like, Crockett's winning Tarrant County. I did not expect that. So let's see what happens. But then once his Denton and Collin came in, I was like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. Now we got Collin Allred is up. So there we go. And this could be another one. Look at that. Julie Johnson, 58% in Polymarket. This could be another one where Polymarket just shits on themselves, right? I mean, maybe there are certain people I want to see win and stuff like that, but seeing Polymarket just be on the wrong side, crap. Seeing Polymarket nearly on the wrong side of almost everything is just making my damn day. I love it. I mean, I look at it this way: if you're a Democrat and you're like, should I vote for Paxton in the general or in the runoff? He's going to be the best candidate, and at the end of the day, if he wins, it's still a Republican seat. I mean, to me, it makes no difference if it's Cornyn or if it is Paxton, to be quite honest with you. So go with the person who you think is going to be able to be defeated the most. Okay? I'm not necessarily sure that Paxton is the weaker of the candidates. We are kind of going through a 1990s, early 1990s throw the bums out type of a trend. And so we might still be seeing that. Okay, come on. No, remember, so again, well, actually, that's true. Hold on. I want to check something really quick. Oops. Okay, what does Dallas County have? Okay, so Dallas County has about 190,000 votes. Wait. Hold on a second. Okay, this is weird. See, the state isn't reporting any election day votes at all, which kind of sucks. So I assume that's this one. I have not been following that. So I guess John Adams is, well, yeah, if they're winning in Little Rock, right? In Pulaski County, then that's going to be the Democratic candidate. I'm not saying James Talarico won. Okay, let's put it this way. I'm not saying James Talarico won. I'm just saying that I don't see how Jasmine Crockett can win. Take that for what it is. Yeah, so on all these Republican primaries so far, come on. No. Come on. Come on. Okay, so let's put it this way. This is okay. While we're waiting, let's shit on Polymarket for a second. again, I don't call elections. I get the information to see what we can, the best that we can have. So we'll see what happens here. Polymarket said that Paxton was going to have the most votes. Polymarket here up until today said that Crenshaw was going to win. In this one, Polymarket said that Herrera was going to win. In this one, Polymarket said that Johnson was going to win. We're still counting that one. Okay. Polymarket has done really, really bad today. Like really, really bad. I love it. I just love it. Well, thank you for the thumbs up, but that's for me. Or Tyler, thank you for the thumbs up. Isn't Polymarket a tech bro betting site? Exactly. They don't know dick all about politics. So yeah, and now the Polymarket stuff will start saying, you know, it's one way. So let's look at House 2. It now has Toth, but going into tonight, here you can see today at 2 p.m., Dan Crenshaw at 67%. Okay. I could have told you right off the bat that this was going to be a lot closer. So yeah, it's great to see them just crash and burn. Screw them. I'll have to do a video about Polymarket tomorrow, because they got so many of these wrong. I mean, we are kind of waiting, but there isn't much to be waiting for, honestly. And everyone, so this is somebody said that he'll possibly get a good amount of GOP crossover tired of MAGA. That's the next big question if you're the Democrats. And it's a trap I'm afraid they're going to fall into in Texas. And I don't think James Tallarico will, because he hasn't in the primary. The problem is, are they going to make this a referendum? This Texas Senate race, a referendum on Trump, especially if Paxton is the nominee. And I feel that if Paxton is the nominee and they just do the anti-Trump thing, I think they can lose. Go with the all the hope and change stuff. That works. Danielson, thank you very much for the comment here. North Carolina primary is pretty much over. Well, yeah, Cooper won easily. Whatley won easily. I mean, well, now one thing, let's go to North Carolina. Speaking of that, let me reload it. This is important as well. Look at how many people voted for Roy Cooper compared to Michael Whatley in the primary. Okay, nearly double. So that's impressive too. Okay. And this one was more competitive, so maybe overall there were more people who voted in the Republican primary, I mean, Roy Cooper, I do believe that the Republican or Democrats can take their foot off the gas a little bit when it comes to North Carolina. That looks like a pickup. Dave, do you have any advice for a teen trying to pursue a career in political campaigns? Yes, don't. I'm sorry, but that would be my advice. If you want to be in a system where all you do is kiss somebody's ass and tell somebody what they want to hear instead of telling the truth, then politics is for you. If you're a person who goes out there and doesn't want to kiss anyone's ass, but you want to tell people what is really happening, politics isn't for you. I'm just saying that. I mean, unfortunately, that's why I'm not in it anymore. Yeah, because see, okay, hope and change would be less risky than pure anti-Trump, even though Trump is pretty unpopular at the moment. Yeah, here's the thing about Trump. You don't have to talk about how bad Trump is because people already will have their opinion on Trump. You're not going to change people one way or the other when it comes to Trump. So don't make him the campaign. Make the campaign something else, another intangible that will make you win in the general election. Yeah, I mean Al Green was good. It was just that he and Menifee were drawn into the same district, and I believe it included most of Menifee's old district. The Republicans wanted Al Green out of there. Well, the last time I was looking at the 4th, it's coming closer now. Now, I would laugh my ass off if all of a sudden Alam ends up winning this and Polymarket got it wrong going the other way. That would be funny. Right. So Talarico has a hope and change platform overall. He barely talks about Trump. It is about a hopeful future and better tomorrow. I agree with you. I mentioned that earlier in the stream. That's what I do like about his campaign. Well, more candidates need to run for what they believe in instead of why their opponent's bad. That's true. They also need to run based on what they believe in instead of what their donors tell them to do. That's the big problem in the Democratic Party. Yeah, I'm trying to get some election day stuff. Okay, let me see. Does North Carolina have a runoff? Yes. So we could be heading in runoff territory here. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that we're going to. I mean, maybe we will. Usually don't have exit polling in a primary. But there's a possibility that we could get some exit polling in this primary. I don't know, but there's a possibility. Oh yeah. North Carolina has like, yeah, they don't have like, right. They do have a runoff, but it's like if no candidate has 30%. France does something very similar to that. So France has the first round and the second round, and if a candidate doesn't have, I forget what the amount of vote is in that first round, then it'll be all the candidates within a certain amount. So yeah, they do have a runoff, but you need like 30%. That's right. So Hassan doesn't have this one. No, unfortunately not. It just wasn't in the cards for him. Well, 35% of the vote is a lot of the votes. Yeah, and it will be interesting to see with the let's see, 1.5 million votes counted. Let's look at the Senate primary. 1.4 million votes counted. Yeah, we'll see who has the most votes at the end of this. I still think the Democrats will. Just a gut feeling. Shorts, thank you very much for the super chat. Does Bush still have clout if just for Senate races? I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. With the really, of the living presidents, with the exception of Barack Obama in a Democratic primary, I don't know of any living president that has any clout. I don't think Clinton does. I don't think Bush does. I think Obama does. I don't think Biden does. Yeah, I don't think any of them really do. Yeah, and 1.5 is literally just early vote. Correct. I don't think it'll switch the other way, but it is just early votes. Yeah, give Vote Hub credit for this. Yeah, they got the whole area there. I mean, okay, so this is Jasmine Crockett's old congressional district, the south part of Dallas, right? And then, yeah, this is like a little bit more affluent neighborhoods in and of this area. So, yeah, this is about what we expected. Irving, I mean, yeah, you just don't have as many votes out here. And then this is downtown Dallas. You don't have much. But yeah, this is Crockett's old congressional district here. So she performed about what you would expect. Here's a precinct where she got 98.8% of the votes. Holy cow. I mean, that's 239 to 3. Wow. Yeah, some more counties just filled in. She has a pretty impressive eastern wall, but I don't think that's going to do it. The problem is how much. Just looking at this. How long is it going to take to count election day votes? Yeah, that's going. I mean, the Texas Senate one is going to. The Republican one is going to go to a runoff. There's no doubt about that. I think the big question here in the Democratic primary was, is this one going to go to a runoff? And that doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah, the special election, the Democrat in Arkansas dominated it. So I'll go ahead and show you the results right here. Or maybe not. Ugh. So the Democrat won with 63.7%. And there's still some more vote out there, but it's It's already been called. It's won. So that's huge because the Republican won at 51-49. And this is going to be something interesting. How many of these places that have been traditionally like Republican suburban areas, how many of those start switching to the Democratic Party? That could be where Democrats actually make their inroads into the state legislatures. Yeah, I'm kind of. I mean, Starr County had a ton of Democratic ballots. And it was like really lopsided, like really lopsided. I don't know who Donnie Evans is. I mean, like I said, I'm not saying that Talarico has won it, but I just don't see how Jasmine Crockett can win it. As I said, they take that for what it is, but that's how I look at it. Yeah, because we might end the stream here in a few minutes. Because I don't think there's anything really outstanding. Okay, so we got the U.S. Senate race. Don't freeze. Okay. Oh no! All of a sudden, Polymarket's now saying that it's John Cornyn who's gonna win this. Gee, what a flip from what you've been having for the last 5 months in regards to Paxton. Okay, this is funny. So this one's a foregone conclusion. It's going there. I'm kind of surprised they have not called this one yet, but this one is definitely a, Crenshaw's out of Congress. You know what? Crenshaw's out of Congress now. I'm really interested to see what he's going to say over the next 7 months, 8 months. Does he? I don't know. Does he all of a sudden just like, I don't know. It'll be interesting. Okay, let's go to the state house race out west, or the U.S. congressional race out west. We still have some more votes coming in. And we do have Gonzales Swinney. Menifee is essentially the winner for YNO. Colin Allred is leading in that Dallas district. So yeah, I think it's all Dallas County. So Allred is up. Let's look at that North Carolina. Oops. Okay, so this is why you can't always count out election day votes, because both of these counties have now flipped based on election day voting. So this is going to be, so maybe we'll be watching this one for most of the night. Stay on a little bit longer. Obviously, Cooper and Whatley won the Senate races. We had the state house race. Yeah, I mean, like, really, this North Carolina U.S. House race is the closest thing that we have right now. I mean, the U.S. Senate race in, well, it is the closest. The U.S. Senate race, the Republican primary is second. But again, that's going to a runoff, so it doesn't matter what the results are now. That's true. With as much insider trading as he's done, he'll keep his trap shut, you would think. I mean, he can just walk away from everything, probably get a lobbying gig in DC on K Street. He'd be fine. He wouldn't have to do anything. Apparently, very little Wake County is in. So Wake County it's yeah, and that's close. Yeah, see, Polymarket can't keep up their mind. Like even today, literally today, they were flipping all over the place. So yeah. This is another thing too they need to fix is because you have the map right here, if you try to scroll, if you like want to scroll this whole thing, you got to go off to the side a little bit like this to scroll. If you're over in a map, it just scrolls the map. So they need to make that it doesn't do that. What? So, wait a second. I don't know if Almond is more progressive back because Jayapal and Maxwell Frost backed the other candidate. Where's the there it is. So Fushi was backed by Frost and Jayapal. So I mean you got progressives on both sides kind of battling it out. Okay, let's see if they say remaining. Now, see, according to, or no, that's margin remaining. Okay, so it's saying that there are some votes remaining there. They're saying it's 3,000, which obviously would matter. I don't know what the recount law is, if there's an automatic recount or whatever in North Carolina. What looks good? So someone said, look at Vote Hub, it looks good. What looks good? Let's go down to McAllen here. Yeah, Tallarico just dominated with Hispanic voters, just like absolutely clean clock. So again, we have a situation where the national polls performed better than the state polls, and we're starting to see that more and more when it comes to these elections. We're starting to see the state polls do significantly worse. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. What? I forgot about that race. God. Yeah, Kate Bar only has 17% of the vote. So that plan didn't work out. But it's funny nonetheless. Hopefully she didn't have to pay a ton of money to qualify. See now, okay, now like all of a sudden Polymarket, they just another switch. They had Alma like literally up on Polymarket, somebody said, and now they've all of a sudden switched it back. Oh my god, what a piece of, who seriously, if you tell me this is what Polymarket says, I want to go through the monitor and slap you in the face. Which now people are going to say that because I just said that. I'm surprised they haven't called Cuellar here. And, and, mentioning Starr County, kind of interested how Starr County does with this Cuellar result. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, let's see, I'm going to go back to the North Carolina site because they got the precincts. From this point on, it's probably better to look here. So here we go. So Alam seems to be doing getting most of the election day votes. So this could that's a pretty good indication there. Yeah, there are a ton of votes still to count, right? I thought they might have called it once Dallas came in. I mean, there still are a lot of votes to count. I think he was winning last time I saw. And see, we're at 117 of 142 precincts, so we still got a number of precincts. Yeah, he's essentially won, I think. Strange to see him running because, like I said, he's from West Virginia, right? Not North Carolina. So we'll keep an eye on the state site here to see what it has. Yeah, unfortunately, my video about the state of Arizona on my election history channel kind of bombed. So I'm going to continue to do the videos of the politics of each state, but not as, I'm going to space them out a little bit more. Oh, we got a few more tied count. Oh, here we go. 1-1. I bet that's what we got. 19-19. Oh. 17-17. We got a few tied counties. All right. All right, so we might end up, because I've now come to the point where I have nothing to say. We might end the stream here in a couple minutes, because I really have nothing else to say. Yeah, the wannabe JFK. I'm kind of interested. Who is that in regards to? Ah, good point. Yes, yes, I do. But I want to make a video about this tomorrow. Because now I'm just seeing what's happening at North Carolina. Okay. So if you're into British politics, you'll like this. If you're not, you're going to be bored. Hold on. I'm going to get to the North Carolina stuff. Yeah, we'll see that. So while we're waiting, we'll do one little bit of a look here. So yeah, the Greens are second after their big win in the by-election in the UK. So Greens are now at 21%, the Reform Party 23%. That's low. Reform Party in the YouGov polls have been like a few months ago, they were hitting 28, 29. So they've taken a hit. Labor's conservative, Lib Dems. Yeah, this is insane. So where does most of that Green support come from? Okay, 31% Labor voters, 16% Lib Dems. I don't think we saw that high before. But it's interesting because the people who voted Green in the last election, you have 11 of them flipping over to the Lib Dems. Okay, so so this was what I mentioned earlier. I mentioned that the Greens really benefited from Labor voters who voted Remain. And you can see 25% of Remain voters are with the Greens, with 26% with Labor. So do they become the Remain party? I think what we're going to see with Labor is you're just going to see those who's kind of have like a traditional connection with Labor maybe go. And it's really interesting if you watch Rory Stewart and Alistair Campbell. They had a big meeting today on the rest of this politics. You can tell that Rory Stewart is like totally disconnected from the Tories. He is no longer associated with them. Whereas you look at Alistair Campbell, you can see that he's still like a Labor guy. Okay, let me go look over at the results. Do we have anything in yet? No, they're just staying the same. Oh, okay. No. They've updated here. Okay, now they've updated them here. So, how many precincts is that? 119 of 142. So, there's still votes out there in this district. There are still some votes. But yeah, I'm going to just look at this really quick and then we're going to call it the night. It's just insane to me. Okay, female voters, Green is the top. And then male voters, Reform. Oh, Starr County is in. Come on. Jeez. Yeah, Tallarico with a large amount. Yeah, and that actually helped Cuellar as well. So he's going to win the primary too. Yeah, I mean, we knew this was going to be a runoff all along. Now, I'll tell you that Tallarico number is coming down. Though, again, I don't think that matters. Okay, let me just go back to this one. We can see Greens 18 to 24. We see it huge for the Greens. What I do find interesting with the Greens is they do significantly better in England than they do in Wales and Scotland. And my guess is, I guess this is probably going to be Plaid Cymru right here. Yeah. Plaid Cymru is right there. And then this will be SNP. It does seem like basically who would be considered like a Plaid Cymru SNP voter if they lived in England might be voting for the Greens now. In the North and the Midlands. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, wow, the Greens are the top party in London. Well, the Scott Greens are a separate party. I'm just saying that, like, there's no protest party of the left or a protest party in general, really. I mean, unless you want to talk about Reform UK in England itself. So it's probably the closest thing to a protest party against Labor that you can really have, unless you go with whatever Jeremy Corbyn's doing or whatever. All right, so we'll look at that tomorrow. So yeah, I'm just looking at it from a protest vote point of view. I mean, we can chill. We can chill until we get some definitive stuff when it comes to this race. Because I think this is the one. I don't know if Stammer would lose his seat to the Greens. Probably wouldn't surprise me. The thing is you can't use the swingometer like you did in the past. The swingometer was made purely to look at a two-party swing. But even keeping the Lib Dems out or the Liberals out back in the day, or the SDP, Britain has changed. While you have a country like Canada becoming a two-party system again, you have the UK, which has been essentially a two-party system, with the exception of Lib Dems doing well sometimes with Nick Clegg and Patty Ashdown, and little Charles Kennedy. I like Ed Davey. It's now a 5-party system. I mean, if you want to be honest, with Plaid Cymru doing what they're doing in the SNP, it's like a 7-party system in the UK. It's insane because you have Tories, Labour, Lib Dems, Greens, Reform UK, Plaid Cymru, and SNP. And then you got everything going on over in Northern Ireland, Sinn Féin, DUP, Ulster Unionists, I think, have something. The Alliance Party, right? It's going to be a smorgasbord of political parties, though the election's going to be far from now. But you know what? I think I am. Instead of just waiting for these little bit of votes, we'll go ahead and maybe talk about this on another stream, or not another stream, but another video. Do I think Plaid Cymru voters want independence? No. Do I think SNP do? Maybe if Reform UK wins. If Reform UK wins, SNP might be saying, hey, we want to split from the UK and become part of the Eurozone. I think that's totally possible. Are you talking about the link for this dashboard? If you are, there you go with the link. I mean, personally, I'll say it, and I have said it. It's not it's not a secret. I'm way more interested in the Canadian elections and the British elections and French elections and the Danish elections coming up than I am American elections. Just not interested in American elections. I know them, I can look at them, but I'm way more interested. And they're talking about passing a law that will allow EU citizens to live in Australia for 4 years visa free, like live there. So I'm hoping that becomes an option because I'd really love to move to Australia. Oops. Did you say the I don't know how to look at the 2020 stuff. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, the Australian elections are pretty interesting. I mean, now that you got Pauline Hanson, and you know what? Pauline Hanson shows that if you stick around, I mean, Nigel Farage does too. Stick around long enough, you can possibly win. But when it comes to Pauline Hanson and One Nation, I mean, you had the Bondi Beach shootings, and then you had the Barnaby Joyce flipping over. But, you know, Barnaby Joyce just seemed like a One Nation guy all along, right? Kind of like Bob Catter, right? He seems like he'd be a One Nation guy, but he's just kind of like a Queensland, this is my area type of thing, right? Yeah, it's funny when Herrera's gaining, then all of a sudden Polymarket starts going down. I love it. It's just it's been so counterintuitive to what's really been happening. If I'm able to get this channel where it is my full-time job, not just this channel, but my election history, that I just do YouTube history and analysis as my full-time job, I would go to Australia for an election, like travel out there. I want to go to a sausage sizzle and get a democracy sausage. I want to go to one of those for sure. I still have not been to Australia yet, and it's like one of my favorite countries. Maybe that changes once I get there, but I've always wanted to go. Okay, so let's look at that. Oh, wow. Yeah, so let's go to, actually, I wasn't even paying attention to that. Yeah, so it doesn't matter if Gonzalez or Herrera win. It's going to go to a runoff anyway. Yeah, so I guess that doesn't matter. That one's going to a runoff anyway. The only one that it just seems like could be decided tonight is what we're seeing here. We've gotten a few more votes too. What's happening here in North Carolina. Now let me go here. See how many precincts we have reporting now. Okay, now we got 133 of 142. Now we're getting close to this being a final result. So maybe we'll stick around for what happens here. Yeah, because I think Menifee has a majority. No, he does not. Okay, so Al Green could still go to a. I thought that Menifee had a majority. He does not. So this one's going to go to a prime or to a runoff as well. Okay, so Crenshaw won't go to a runoff. Cornyn and Paxton will go to a runoff. Tony Gonzalez. See, and when I hear Tony Gonzalez, I always think of the tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs. That one will go to a runoff. This one, I don't know how much is left, but it looks like it is going to the runoff. Colin Allred. Let's see here. Yep. So this one's probably going to go to a runoff. And look, another poly market where they said Johnson was going to win. Now it's all of a sudden all red. What crap. Obviously North Carolina seats are nothing. The Senate primaries, we knew what those were going to be. So yeah, Green could go to a runoff here, it looks like. But it's close, but it does look like that's where it's headed. See, because here's another thing. I'm looking at this Senate race. And if you look at where Cornyn did well, he won all the big counties, right? So you have Harris. I mean, not Montgomery, right? But you have Harris. You have Dallas. You have Tarrant. You have Denton. You have Collin. You have Bear. You have Travis. And then in the Republican circles, you have Lubbock. Swisher County, is that where Amarillo is? You have El Paso. So if you are, and this is the question you have to ask yourself. If those voters are voting for Cornyn in these, larger counties, that ends up being Paxton, and he's only getting the support within kind of the smaller areas, and the rural areas. Is this the place where you see the Tallarico vote shift? It's possible. Go back to this North Carolina thing. Nope, they haven't had an update yet. Williamson votes went to 0. What? You're right. Williamson votes are at 0. That's interesting. Yeah, I have that one. Where was I looking at it? Oh no, I forgot to put it on my watch list. That's what it is. I just want to put it on my watch list here. There we go. See, I need to get some energy drinks so I can be like on MS Now, be like Cracky Kornacki, because he's all doing all this stuff. I can't do that. I need that Cracky Kornacki energy. I mean, okay, so let's reset, okay? Jasmine Crockett says she is waiting for Dallas until tomorrow, not conceding. Okay. I'm saying that might not be a bad move. She might get enough votes out of Dallas and Harris and other places where this maybe moves outside of Tallarico winning it outright. This is still within the possibility, though a long shot. I mean, 51.47% is not a huge number. Do I think she'll win tonight or tomorrow? No, she won't be first place. Is there a possibility it goes to a runoff? Possibly. As a matter of fact, let's look at Starr County. Like Starr County here had Hassan at 8.19%. So you're seeing all these Hispanic counties down here going really, really strongly for Hassan. And the reason why is they're voting locally, and a lot of these voters obviously do not like the other, like Crockett or Tallarico, which is bad for the general election. I'm just saying that. It's a possibility this could still go to a runoff. So that's maybe not a bad move on her part. So we'll have to see. That's not a bad move. Because yeah, she's not looking for the win, she's looking for Tallarico to be brought down to under 50%. That's what she's looking for. Let's look at North Carolina, see if we got an update. Looks like we do, but not in the race that we've been looking at. So no update there. How's Texas's 33's GOP primary? I haven't been following that at all because it's a strong Democratic district. Right. So, exactly. It's well within her right to want the vote to be finished. It's not like he's winning with 60% or something. I mean, he's only 1.5% up. And that's what we need to look at. He's 1.5% up. So we can see the margin here. That doesn't matter. Okay. If Tallarico doesn't get a majority of the vote, then these results basically mean nothing because we go to a runoff, right? It might not, and with these numbers we're seeing down south here, could be just enough. Because we're talking about some pretty big numbers in some pretty significant counties. It could be just enough to tilt it. I mean, Webb County, 931. I mean, that's pretty big. So that's what Crockett is doing. She's waiting to see if he can be brought down. Because remember, not that long ago, he was up by like 6 point something percent. So now it's 4.4. It's possible. I said, watch for Hassan. Watch and see what he does. I mean, we're still at Tallarico wins, makes it to the general. We're still in that territory. But, well, maybe this is going to be a long night. You know, it's not like I don't have to work or anything in the morning. Actually, I don't work until 11 o'clock. I don't work until 13 hours from now. So, you know, I guess sleep when I'm dead, right? Oh. Yeah, so this. So we're no longer looking at the margin. We're now looking at this number. We're now looking at James Tallarico's number to see if it goes below 50%. Don't have any new update here from North Carolina. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Yeah, Jasmine. Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? I don't think so. Because for every vote she gains from Dallas or Harris or even Tarrant, Talarico's going to gain it in Travis or Bear or El Paso, right? Williamson, right? He's going to gain it in one of those. So I think it's kind of a tit for tat here. Oh yeah, Williamson has gone in both. I thought it was just gone in the Republican one, but it's gone in both. Let's go to yeah, it's also gone from the it's also gone from here, from New York Times. I'm going to go ahead and search, Williamson was originally like, I think like 70%, 70 some percent for Talarico, right? So, if anyone wants to look it up. Okay, no. So, Williamson County extends hours at 2 polling locations until 10 p.m. The change comes after voter confusion over new precinct only election day rules. So that must be the same issue they were having in Dallas. So 2 in Georgetown. So my guess is they yanked the results. So my guess is they yanked the results, waited for this, and gonna pop the results back up. So Williamson County did extend hours till 10, and it's 10:24 now. And Talarico's getting a little bit more of a bump. He's now at 52. I think he's going to get that majority. Yeah, as soon as Williamson comes back, that's going to bump it up more. And I think at that point, yeah, there's still a lot of election day votes, but I don't think that election day votes were going to all of a sudden swing significantly to Jasmine Crockett. Now, that being said, the polls were saying, of those who had already voted, that Talarico is doing significantly better than Crockett. Okay? Actually, the polls were saying that he was doing better than what the result is right now. Like he was at like 56%. Mark Teixeira, did he play for the Texas Rangers? Yeah, so I have a feeling when Williamson comes in, that's going to bring this up to over 6, maybe. It's possible. Let's take a look at what we got in North Carolina. I don't think we have an update. Oh, we have. Okay. Okay, so there's only a few more precincts left. Oh, okay, wait, let me see. Oops, jeez. So, North Carolina does have an automatic recount. Does have an automatic recount law. Let me see what it is. And the reason I'm talking about a recount is the result. Okay, we have 3 more precincts in North Carolina, and it's at 1.01%. Usually a recount is within 1%. Okay, for races that are not statewide, candidates can demand a recount if the difference between the two candidates' votes is 1% or less of the total votes cast. So, in this situation where we are exactly at right now with 3 precincts left, it would not be a recount because it is 1.01%. Insane. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Well, this House District 23 is getting, again, doesn't matter. This is going to a runoff anyway. See, 1.01. And Talrico is almost at 52. I think once, yeah, it's still not counted. Once Williamson comes in. No, the runoff is if no one gets over 30% of the votes. It's a weird thing. It's not a majority thing. So yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be, and I mentioned this, it's going to be a miracle, I think, for him to get under 50%. It's possible, but it's unlikely. So what I'm going to do is we're going to continue the stream until we get, last update was 15 after, and now it's 11:30 their time. So hopefully they're getting the last ones in. So we're going to go ahead and keep on doing the, just basically looking at the North Carolina one. And see what happens. Because that one is close. Yeah, see, that's another thing. So mentioned Tellerico is doing better in improving in South Texas. That's true. And here's the thing is that like here in Starr County, that 8.9% is more likely taken away from Crockett than it is Tellerico, right? So even though Hassan's numbers are going up, it's probably that Crockett's numbers are going down. So it's not really affecting the entire majority trying to stay above or below a majority. Yeah, and with Williamson not in, he'll easily be over 52, maybe 52 and a half. Because that was like 75, 76%. No, Polymarket was absolutely shit today. They said that Paxton was going to win the Senate race here. That is not happening. They said that going into tonight, they said Crenshaw was going to win House 2. Totally got killed there. This one, they said Gonzalez was going to finish second significantly to Herrera. That's not happening. And the one with Allred going into tonight, when the polls close, they said that Johnson was going to win. Allred's winning or is beating her. This one has been all over the place. But if Forshee wins it, they didn't say. They said that was Alam was going to win it. Not even remotely close. So yeah, Polymarket has been horrible tonight, and I love it. Okay, let's see. Right. Okay. Yeah, he was with the Yankees, and I didn't know he was with the Braves. No, not a few mishaps here and there. Like if you're wrong on this, okay, you're wrong on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the of the ones that are the competitive races. If you're wrong out of 5 out of 7 or 8, that's shit. Okay. If I told you, I have a loaded gun out in my hand. There's it's a chamber of 8 bullets, and 5 of them have bullets in them. 3 of them are empty. Would you want to take that? Would you say that would be a good bet? Come on. Scroll. They gotta. What's happening here? It's not scrolling down. Oh, okay. If you're being cheeky, that's okay. But you never know. You get these people who, you get these people who live and die by the friggin' Polymarkets that it just nuts. With this one, with Cornyn, it's just like, it's like I said, it's going to a runoff, kind of like with Gonzalez. It's going to a runoff. The one that's I now one thing I do not understand is why they're not calling this one for Toth. Is there some reason? So I figured this would be a foregone conclusion. But apparently not. Let's go back to North Carolina, see what we got. Well, we haven't had an update yet. I've been looking over here to look at the last update. Nothing yet. Oh, yeah, they were way off on Crenshaw. I'm interested to see what Crenshaw is going to say afterwards. It will be interesting to see if he's a team player or if he throws MAGA under the bus. I don't know. Yeah, Danielson, I agree. I mean, I just feel that you're right. I do feel that Wesley Hunt's support will go to Cornyn. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good assessment. But then he just might leave politics altogether. Just not say anything. And just one last plug: if you want to join my Patreon, you can become a member of my Patreon. The description's down below. If you want to help out the channel, you can become a member of the channel too. Again, trying to build something here so that I can provide you the best. And one thing that I would like to do on these election nights, eventually, if we can build the channel to being a full-time thing, like to invest money in it. So for these this election day night coverage, eventually I can, have a few more graphics and other things as well, to give people an up-to-date look of what's happening. But for all those who are Patreon members or channel members and give super thanks and everything like that, thank you all very much. It helps this channel go, and hopefully it's going to grow over the next year. Don't get as many subscribers as certain people, but that's okay. As long as it grows and as long as we're getting the info out, that's what's important. That's what's important the most. So, yeah, I need to look at something. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, so I don't think, as soon as Williamson comes in, it's a foregone conclusion at that. Okay, it looks like that state house race. Okay, so there we go. It's gonna, wow. Okay, so this is what we're gonna end on tonight. Wow. Okay, so 142 out of 142 precincts reporting. So all precincts reporting. And it is now barely under 1%. That's a recount right there. That is a recount. So we'll be keeping an eye on what's happening. In fact, as a matter of fact, I want to put this in my notes because I've been keeping notes of what elections I want to be focusing on. So that will be a recount. Okay. Well, I think let's just do one last look at what's happening in Texas. Come on. Yeah, this is staying the same. I don't think. I mean, there's a lot of votes. There's a lot of votes coming in, but it would require a major shift to get Tallarico under 50%. And if Jasmine Crockett's whole plan is that he's going to get under 50% due to the votes that are coming out of Dallas County, I think that's a losing plan. I think. I just don't see it. I don't see it. But, you know, I think she has the right to do that, and the argument is legitimate for her if she thinks that Tallarico can be under that amount. And my guess is this is why they like some people have called it, but I think the reason why Decision Desk HQ has maybe not called it yet is because they're waiting to see if Tallarico he'll get the most votes, but they want to see if he's going to get a majority or not. I think that's where they're playing it safe. I mean, I know I'm kind of surprised Tallarico won by so much in Travis County. I thought she would be able to do a little bit better, but no, not really. I don't think she'd make up 50,000 votes on a good day, because like she only made up about 40,000 votes with the early votes, and the election day votes can be less. So I don't see it. It is now under 100,000 as far as the gap, but what we're really, again, we're not really looking at the gap. What we're really looking at is we're looking at the him being under 50%. And yeah, like you mentioned, Williamson isn't back. That's going to get him over 52 and a half, maybe 53. And then I don't see it from that point on. Kind of surprised and the problem for Williamson is they had the polls open. They retracted those numbers, but they already showed their cards, right? So once Williamson does report, we know what that's going to be. But let's see. It does look like the Emerson poll is going to be bang on if we stay where we're at. So the Emerson poll said 52% for Tallarico, 47% for Crockett, and 1% for Hassan. You can't get more bang on than that. So if this trend ends up holding, Emerson comes out of this smelling like roses, and Emerson was the only one that consistently had Tallarico in the lead. Now, University of Texas said that Jasmine Crockett was going to get 56% of the votes. University of Texas Tyler said that she was going to get 55% of the votes. And then there was a University of Texas one. Said she was going to get 47% of the vote, but he was going to get 39% of the votes. So people ask me why I don't like polls. There you go, right? But we are starting to see a situation where polls at the local level are starting to be significantly more inaccurate. That the national polling firms have a better grasp on everything. But then the local polls done by universities locally and stuff are just becoming wildly inaccurate. So yeah. A Harris County polled, and yeah. So you know what? Maybe like a county poll is different. I'm talking more about like if a university or a polling firm that's specific in a state is doing a state poll. They haven't, like I said, we had the Iowa thing with the Seltzer poll. North Florida poll had Nikki Fried, I think, ahead of Charlie Crist, and then we have all these polls in Texas. Those polls seem to be like just not good. But yeah, if you're looking at a county, that might be a little bit different. Yeah, and Emerson has been during the last few election cycles, Emerson has been clobbered as far as being accurate, but they seem to know Texas well. Emerson was bang on with Mamdani, correct. I don't think they were bang on with the margin, but they were bang on with what his percentage of the vote was going to be, right? Because I think all of the polls said like Sliwa was going to get significantly more votes than he actually did. Yeah, so I don't see. Yep, and as he goes up, he goes back down. I have a feeling we're going to see these numbers just kind of hover around this area. So yeah. All right, so we're going to go ahead and end for this evening. Again, thank you all very much for joining me today. I very, very much appreciate it. Hold on one second. Yep, so thank you all very much appreciate it. We're going to go over, I'm going to start doing some videos looking over these votes over the next few days to see if there are any trends that we can see when it comes to the vote. There might be, there might not be. Everything might have been as predicted, as predictable as possible, and some other things might not have been. So yeah, and just another thing, you know, I do have my I do have my Patreon. If you want to become a Patreon member, it'd be great to have you on board. Let me go ahead and in the live stream put the put my Patreon in there, and you can see the different levels that I have as well. Any support that you can have would be great. Like I said, I'm trying to build something here so that give you good analysis of the elections, not just here in the United States, but in other countries as well. I'm going to be doing Denmark. I'm going to be doing South Australia. So I won't just be doing this. And whenever the by-elections come in Canada, okay, we have the Terrebonne re-election going to be happening there. So yeah. So yeah, so we're going to go ahead and end for tonight. Thank you all, because I've been doing this now for 5 hours, so it is quite long. So thank you all very much. Have a wonderful day wherever it is you are. The next stream will be, I don't know what we have next Tuesday coming up. But the Tuesday after that, we have the Illinois primary. Then the Tuesday after that, we have some really big state House and Senate special elections in Florida. So I don't know what's coming for next week. I'll have to see. So next week might be a little bit more quiet. But thank you all very much. I'll see you in the next video. Have a wonderful day wherever it is.